Hey, Cares, how you doing? Not digging winter? Yeah, I hear we're gonna have like a big northern polar vortex that's rolling around. We're not in it right now, but we will be. Hmm. Things are all right. Just got the LLC registered finally, just came in. So that means I can get my Steam account going. I just need like $7 more in my streaming account, and then I'll be able to purchase a slot for the old Gameroony. Yeah, it is. I'm excited. I'm even more easily doxable now. Piggy promised not to dox you. Reverse doxing. What if I dox you? All right. So today we're only on day 15 of working on the game. I was feeling bad about where I was at. Day 15 on all the net code and all that stuff. And this is a whole different feel. This whole thing is a different vibe. This game different. Let us begin the journey of actually making gameplay. Now, because we're making a game that involves network code, it's very possible that within moments of implementing a new feature of the game, whatever it is, we instantly find out that we have to change a bunch of net code. This is a strong possibility. And frankly, right now, we don't have anything for the feature I'm going to do today or attempt to do, which involves two things. One, I need to get the camera moving around. We're not sending movement proper for camera rotation. So there's that. Nick, what's up? Number two, we need to be updating the simulated world. This part, I think, is easy for what I'm about to introduce, or try to. Someone made a short article about my game. Nick, didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you? I told you. I was like, this is one of it. This is one. Do it. It's the Linux gaming. It feels very like a terminal game, actually, now that I think about it. I told you I had a good feeling about it. It's you see a game and you're like, this has some possibility here. Well, that's amazing, and that's a what, a 3-day ban for you for your success. So, let's do a 3-day ban for Nick's success. We won't have that here. This is a house of failure. It's not a success in Steam's numbers. Codex, how you doing? Maybe it'll lead to something. We'll see. We'll see. But I have a good feeling. All right. Let's take a look at what we got here. We need something to mine. You know, they say a mine is a terrible thing to waste. Spent 90 minutes in an MRI machine, so I feel like I just got out of gel. Is that for all the problems that you're having? Started getting really anxious. Yeah, my mom had to do that. I was with her about, God, it felt like at least once a month. We were doing MRIs. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully they find something solvable. So resource bits and block bits. So we might have something in block bits as well. And we might have something in the I hope they figure it out, Codex. Did they find you are from a different planet finally? Oh. Jailbreak hype. Nice. Oh. Who cares? How about you? How's it going? It's going good, Nick. I'm really wrapping my head around like really sort of low level netcode stuff. And I think I have a path forward to be able to develop the game and not have the netcode completely figured out. It's actually kind of a given that I wouldn't. I was there for about 45 to 60 minutes, I think. Oh, for years. The first scan, the headphones didn't work, so I just had to sit there with all the noise. Yeah. Go for that MP hype now. Rake the millions. We'll see. That would be nice. I was talking to my wife about it. She's like, oh, you know, if we made a bunch like that kind of money, God, we would probably move. And I'm like, no, we wouldn't. That's how we spend all that money. We stay right where we are. We own our home. Like, we take that money and we make it make money. Like, we don't just spend it. All right, looking around. Looking around. Ooh, this looks like minish stuff here for mining. How's the game's going? Baking game. Yeah, it is right now, yeah. Yeah, we're still doing the baking game, but it's kind of exploded. I've 10x the scope. Maybe even 100x. And invest in Bitcoin to give yourself a heart attack. The highs and the lows. Big. So I guess I could do what we could do is these two here, like you mine it and it has gold or it doesn't have gold. It's the most expensive roller coaster ride. Is there any other sort of mine-ish? We've got things here. Is there any mining looking things in here? My internet is so slow in this back room. It's wild. Is the stream going okay, by the way, because of that? Let's see. Let's look at our stats. Oh, it's real shitty. Oh, no, we're fine. Missed frames due to rendering lag, though. We do have a few of those. I'll leave that there. Yeah, 1.5 million units at $60 a pop. They never dropped the price on Steam once. At least in the States. 1.5 million at $60 a pop. It's wild. I don't think there's been a price drop for Fantasy Life other than what retail's done. For the digital side. I didn't even know about that until 2 days ago, Sorrow. I was looking at their page and they were bragging about it. And that was a while ago, so who knows what it is now. What I'm kicking myself about, Sorrow, is that I'm not even joking about this. I was like, I should just, and I'm not fucking joking about this. 6 fucking years ago, I was like, you know what I should do is just make another Fantasy Life, because there's no game like it out there right now. And then they went and did it, so I guess it proves that there's something there. Hey, Cricket. Hey, Mini Cricket. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Cricket 10 minutes later. So we 10x the scope. That's exactly right. All right. Let's look at these ones. Anything that looks like mining? I mean, there's these little, like, flaky bits, like the stone here. We could just grab these Minecraftian-looking blocks and you just run around and break those up for now. We just need something for a prototype. So we could have these little, like you mine this and then it drops gold. Are there any silver-looking ones? There's silver ones here. Let me get these little flaky little bits that drop out. We could do that. I don't want to go too hard on looks and everything like that. Let's do that. We'll do that. Excuse me. That was gross. We'll do that. All right. So this is going to take forever to download because my network's slow as hell back here. Oh, man. That's one of the things I would do is I'd wire the house, given enough money. Fucking crawl up in the attic and start pulling down Cat 5 everywhere. Or Cat 6. I fucking hate Cat 6, though, guys. I hate wiring Cat 6. I mean, it's, you know, it's what it is, but God, it's the worst. I had to crimp so many Cat 6 cables when I worked at the bank. I know I'm going to get arthritis from it in my thumbs. And they wouldn't pay, it's a fucking bank and they wouldn't pay for equipment to make it so we could just crimp really fast. Of course not. It's like, you know, in the 3 hours that this is going to take me, the equipment would have been so cheap that, but whatever. Oh, by the way, I got to share this with you guys.
Today's gonna be the day that they're gonna throw back you. By now you should somehow realize what I gotta do. I do believe everybody feels the way I do about you now.
Baklizawa zonza story has a fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you had it all before, but never really had it out. I don't believe what anybody feels the way I do about you now.
Anyways. It's AI, but it turns out that Oasis, the Oasis songs, a couple of them like match the Japanese Inca song pattern like perfectly for some reason. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do. In all the tacos. Do winding. Bow, 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 bow. I'd like some Taco Bells, but I don't know how. Wonder. That style of game did technically exist. I don't think a game like Fantasy Life existed. It's a weird blend. Animal Crossing sequel released through COVID. Rune Factory on Series 5, released every 3 years or so. Yeah, I think Rune Factory is probably the closest to the style, but Rune Factory is more RPG-ish. This is more. I think the blend here is a bit more like Zelda. Time to eat something. All right. Harvestella. Let's see what Harvestella is about. That sounds like it's more focused on farming. Yeah, that's more farming. Yeah, this is like, what if we just did all of them? Fantasy Life is basically like, well, what if it was all of those? It's literally that. Yeah. I'm sure these sell like gangbusters too. I mean, look at the reviews. Let's see. Yep. Yep. This is it. This is the route we're going, dudes. Winding. All right. Well, let's not tear each other down. We're building each other up, Sorrow. We're going to do it. The real question for me is, how do I do this where I was thinking if I focus on one area and like 3 roles or something for the prototype. But I'm trying to imagine, okay, we're getting close to having some, like, I don't know, like, I'm trying to visualize what some sort of, do I build a mini cosm of the game and then just keep building off of that? I don't know. The Ranch of Rivershine. Why do These ranches feel like some ranches. The ranch of Rivershine. Do 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 and me. Saddle up, build your own horse ranch. Boom, 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 boom. This is the way to go. Okay, we got our block beats. Our block bits. Today's gonna be the day that I eat some Taco Bell. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the tacos we eat are yummy. Bow, 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 bow. Books, clothes, bricks, clothes. Decorative dirt, dynamite, gravel, metal, stone. Here we go. Just plain old stone. Stone with copper. So what we'll do is we'll do stone. Stone dark. Stone with copper. Stone with gold. Stone with silver. Yeah, I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Trash can. We could actually probably use this to build an icon. Feels the way I do about you now. Wood. Maybe gonna be the one that saves you. Sorry with the streak. Sorry for the singing, guys. We're gonna do it. Stun. Good evening. I'm Stone Phillips. Hello. Always be streaking. Whoa! She crashed on me. Oh, God. Did I lose all that? Son of a bitch. What is this? Yep. Oh, bummer. The assets are still there, though, right? Yeah. Okay. But I can't eat tacos. So we're gonna eat taco, baby. Stone. Good evening. I'm Stone Phillips. A mystery. Gonna crash again. Apparently, I'm not allowed to double click off of. Wow, Godot. In front of my friends, in front of everybody right now, you're going to do this? We're going to have an argument right now. Right now. Resource bits. No, we don't want that. We want the block bits. How about this? How about we go like this? We throw these sons of bitches in first. And how about we just save it? Boom. Okay, we're saved. Now I type in stone. And I hit enter. There we go. Now we're happy. Stone. Copper. You'll never catch me, coppers. Stone gold. Stone silver. So it's clicking off that it just sort of like loses its mind. Okay. So there's all of our stone. Now we need to have the little bits that fall out when we break them. So we go over here and we're going to look for copper bar. You can't catch me, coppers. All these stacks. This is what $1 trillion looks like. Copper nuggies. Hell yeah. These are our nuggies. These are the little copper nuggies that we want. Okay. Gold nuggies. I don't believe that anybody. And then we have iron nuggies. So we don't have steel. Or silver, I mean. So we'll just call them iron for now. This is all, we're just prototyping. Okay, guys, calm down. Everyone calm down. In all the tacos that we have are winding. Do we say nugget copper large? What do you guys think? Yeah. Nugget. Nuggies. Copper large. Nugget copper large. Nugget copper medium. And nugget copper small. And then nugget gold. And we'll go like this and copy it and say large. Modem. And small. Okay. And then we have iron nugget. Iron nuggies large. Iron nuggies medium. And iron nuggies small. Okay, so now we have everything placed into our caching. Now we need to actually get the code to reflect some of these changes. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our lazy Vim. We're going to move it over here. We're going to make this window to stop being floating. So I can easily reference here. We're going to open up cache. This is our little system here for caching. Apparently our LSP is broken. It's borked. We've got our nuggets. If I didn't hate cops, I'd be one just for the donuts. I wonder how many cops are sitting around thinking they're smarter than all the other cops, but they're just playing along because they don't want to be in the out group. And they're all just acting like idiots. Probably not any of them, but that's a comforting thought to try and imagine that that's what's going on. But it's not. All right. And then we have nugget copper large. Oops. Yank that. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll start to break this out more. I gotta remember to take the trash out, guys. Remind me Sunday to take the trash out. Forgot last week. Wasn't that big of a deal. I didn't have a lot of trash, so we weren't overflowing or anything. But still, it's like, dang it. It's always when we have something going on that night, it screws everything up. You don't want to take out your trash too early in the day before, because you feel like everyone's all like, ooh. All right, small. All right, nugget. And we got nugget gold. Large. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Oops. Oh, it's not new lining it. Okay. Medium. Small. That's nice to see some success. And this is iron. I am Iron Man. Boom, 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 boom. Taco, 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 Taco Bell. Okay. That's all set. We're saved here. So now we have our cache. Bingo, bango. The code does the rest. So we're going to put you back over here. I have a calendar event for trash. If anything to do is put the recycling bin out, even when it's not recycling day. That's what Cricket loves about his neighbor, too. What? Something about the trash cans, I'm guessing. No, one of my neighbors is... it's got a red truck. And he painted a flag on the hood. Can you guys guess what flag it would be? Red truck, lifted. What flag would he paint on the hood of said truck? All right. So we have our nuggies. We have our stone bits. Now, there's actually quite a lot of work to get this first sort of going. You guys want to go with me on a journey through the current Fantasy Life game? Should I try and pick it up? So it's on Steam. Should I pick it up on Steam so I don't have to get the damn Switch going every time I want to bust it out and run through it? Wow, 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 wow. Feels the way I do. We'll start with a small base idea for this, and we'll shrink as we need to. Um. So I need an easy way to design the world. And then we need an easy way, once we've designed it, to represent those elements in data. This is something that kind of clicked for us when we were doing the the 3D game. What's it called? Root and Tubin. A lot of stuff about this clicked. So we'll start going that route. So let's do that. We'll have some sort of template for. Let's just get we'll call it a realm. I hate breaking out in this thing of scenes. Editor. We'll have a scene called Realm. Default. Okay, and this is a special script, and we're gonna call this Realm Editor. And no 3D. We could just go down to Node. That's fine. Create. All right, and then we're gonna make this son of a bitch a tool. Okay. And then we'll go back. And whenever we add, we'll have certain sections here. See, I don't think it needs to be a node 3D. I think it can just be a node. And then we're going to have different sub nodes. And so this is like mining. And so over here, we'll say export var mining node. And put that here. We do shout out to Nick. Are you streaming at all? I don't believe that anybody. What is up, Doddle? The It Clown. Oh, fuck. It Clown. Can we do like sexy clown? Like Halloween clown? Instead? All right, we need Can we do Halloween slutty clown? Sure, whatever whatever squeezes your nose, whatever honks your nose. Oh, WebP can suck my WebP. I love how defensive the WebP creator is. He's got like WebP saved in his recent tweets, so he can constantly reply to people and say, "I made it. What do you not like about it?" I made WebP. It's like, well, that's great, dude. I don't like it. Well, why not? It's superior in every way. It's like, all right, man. Calm down. Okay, so we've got it. Now, where do I go? I feel like backgrounds are somewhere in here. Love it when AI just hallucinates. Marshy theme backgrounds. Okay. Config. I don't even know which one I'm on right now. I think I'm on the cat one. There we go. Which one are we on? We're on the cat. Backgrounds. JPEG. So now if I do control. There we go. Are you happy? There's your fucking clown. My face is hiding him though. I don't like this one bit. This is bullshit. I did not hit her. This is bullshit. I did not. It clown. Let's see what Codex sent. Of course, it's taking forever to load because my internet is slow as molasses. Em, how you doing? Excellent. Next time you see a FedEx guy, kick him in the shim. Say, that's for Doddle. That's for Doddle, sons of bitch. I'll remember that. That's for Doddle, you asshole. Okay. Let's go over here to 3D and let's just build something we can run around in. Oh, you know what I forgot to do with the block bits is our good old material export. CS, how's it going? Stuck in a 4-hour window waiting for my phone. Just working on a poop simulator. Get to listen to lovely M all day. Nice. M, did you stream? Whenever M does like, whenever M does, I did not stream. No. Whenever M does her little country voice, a little, how belittling that I even said it that way. Or there's certain little voices that she does, little lady voices with different accents, and I just go. The Lou M thing reminds me of like whenever you talk to some lady behind the counter and she's being all like, it's not flirting. She's just like, "Oh, how are you, sweetheart?" And it's like, "I'm doing good." That's how it reminds me. No, that was my repertoire. I need some sort of emote in your chat for that kind of what. How do you even personify that in an emote? Nymphis, how's it going? Oh, that's it. You got it. Is that one of yours? Yeah. My bros. Sexy Darth Vader. I haven't heard this one. I remember the Darth Vader. You remember when it was all the man? Remember the MapQuest voices? And you had like Darth Vader and Yoda and everything. I didn't know I did. Garmin. Was it Garmin? Yeah. Man. That was the best gift I ever received. Luke, who's your daddy? I don't like it when you say it like that, Dad. Luke, I'm your daddy. George, are you sure? I mean, doesn't father sound a little more adult, I guess? Like he's a grown man now, and no, he would say daddy. Well, but George, don't you think? No, it's daddy. I'm your daddy. Daddy is kind of adult. This is true. MapQuest, man. Dude, MapQuest. Yeah, MapQuest is the website you would go to. And you hope to God that you had the right amount of detail on the map. So that if the direction, like if a road was closed or something, you had enough of the surrounding area printed so you could figure out another way. Oh, man. That or you had just like a giant state map printed out that was instantly outdated. Buy one of those and 6 months later it's completely useless. I think good times, yeah. GPS was made for people like that. Like me, that get lost in a round room. Excellent. Yeah, it was. Looked up my old house on Street View recently and the whole thing is blurred out. What in the fucking CIA Black Ops is that? Anyways, let me get back to building stuff. Yeah, we have the forest nature stuff. I noticed Google got lazy. A lot of street maps haven't been updated since 2010. Shit. I guess they gave up on that ongoing project. I think it's just when you've got the market cornered, you can just pump the brakes. I don't know. But I wonder also if they're holding that data so that they can train AI for some new bullshit thing and they don't want someone else's AI to train on their stuff. Once one took a girl on a date to Santa Cruz, ended up in San Francisco. There you go. Isn't it with a Z? Same distance from my place. Just went right instead of left. There you go. By the time a new competitor could actually compete, we'll have fully self-driving cars and flying cars. I don't know. I mean, we got to get rid of power lines. Got to put those things underground. Okay. So we're just gonna, let's turn on snapping. I'm gonna snap around. Snap around. Snap around. And we'll just start snapping some big lands here. I just need some place to go. Okay. Looking good. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do. I don't know, guys. Let's have a big old hill. Started watching a movie with my wife last night. Long Kiss Goodnight. And it's weird. It's got like martial arts style action in it without the fighting, the martial arts fighting. But it's got like the ridiculous like explosions that are totally not realistic and shit. It's an interesting flick. It's basically a female Jason Bourne story. The Gina Davis movie? Yeah. Get ready because it's coming. If there's one thing I know, if you're a dentist, do not fly your family in a Cessna. You're all going to die. If you're a doctor of any kind, do not put your entire family in the plane with you. You will all be dead. This is like a guarantee. Every single Cessna crash is some fucking doctor person who's just like, I'm going to fly my whole family. Oh, we're all dead. Or the just proposed flight. Never do that one either. Chances of dying extremely high. Oh, which one? That's the problem, Codex. It happens all the time. It's crazy. The dentist thing is not even a joke. All right. Shh, I'm flying next month. Are you flying in a single engine plane? Now, here's the crazy thing. If you've never flown a plane before, fly solo with a pilot who'll die, and you're going to land the plane safely. That's another, like, guaranteed get home alive move. This is the fun with statistics, manipulating statistics. Boop. Boop. Okay, now we're floor level. I got to take a train this weekend. Well, enjoy the 6 weeks it takes you to get from point A to point B, M. Have fun. American trains are slow. So close to start a tactical RPG map. Jacob, how's it going? You're flying today, Jacob? Where are you going? Yeah, not my own plane. I'm going from Tucson today from Washington. Have fun on your train. Sounds safer after this conversation. It'll be 4 hours. Thank you very much. To go 30 minutes by car? Is that what you're doing, Em? Oh, God. Huh? What background? Everything's... What are you talking about, Jacob? I don't know what Jacob's talking about. He's worried about some sort of background thing. Oh man. Dude, my favorite story is my wife's grandmother took a train from Washington to California Central Coast. It took her like a week, and the shitter was broken the entire time, and the whole train car for the living quarters smelled like shit. And they couldn't get it fixed or something. It was wild. Shitter's clogged. Shitter's broke. Sorry, guys. Oh, man. Hate to be that guy who screwed that up. Bob, how's it going? Shitter's clogged. All right, so mining. So now we're going to throw in some mining materials. So we're just designing some little thing here. None of this is permanent, but we got to get something going to figure out how we're going to do this. I ate 12 chimichangas in 12 hours. Oh, man, that reminds me of the new Naked Gun movie with the chili dogs. Mother breastfed you till you were 4. You're sick. What's wrong with you? Apparently, that train in California, the most expensive, slowest, high-speed train in the world, they're still trying to build in California. It's up for grabs. Any city can say, hey, we want it to go through our town. So it zigzags like this. It can never reach a top speed. Instead of just making it go in a really fast straight line, they managed to fuck it up. Still only have like a mile of track built. It's wonderful. Everyone's here. Jesus. I'm going to start doling out shout-outs. Shout-outs here. Get your shout-outs. Shout-outs. Fresh shout-outs. Piping hot. All right, let's do some copper. Piping hot shout-outs, yeah? We'll put some copper up here. Get your shout-outs. Okay, so now we have some copper. Oh, dude, man. That's one of my son's favorite things to watch is the snowplow trains. Just whoosh. And then in Illinois, they just set the train tracks on fire. Or just like, what if we just set the train tracks on fire? It's like, problem solved. My computer's all packed up. Oh, I gotcha. Trying to get my 20 to 50 acres. I can make an awful joke, but I'm not going to. Oh, Jesus, why did I even say that? I went through the mountains of Tahoe in the snow. It's cool as F. Yeah. Do it. No, Codex. I don't want to get canceled. Cancel myself. It's just like, yeah, make that joke, Cricket. That's a good idea. I went through the mountains of the Tahoe snow. I did make a joke to my friend, though. I told him that since the Coast Guard is no longer considers the swastika a tattoo that they won't bar entry for, he can now enlist. I can't believe that shit. I don't know how much of that is drummed up drama or like legit. God, I still can't believe that. My friend was like, "Is this real?" And I'm like, "Well, it's from the Washington Post. I don't know." I've only been on one train ride, but I really enjoyed it. I just watched the beginning of Super 8 in the train crash. And then I was like, "Oh, this is one of those Abrams movies." I don't know. I don't know. I went south of France. Took 3 days in a train. Yeesh. It's either planes crashing or being stuck on a plane with psychotic people. One of my favorite YouTubers, Air Force Proud 95 or 93 or something, and he does flight sim videos. And his thing that he does is he's really funny. He's got this dry humor, and he'll cut to the cabin, the inside of the plane, and in the audio he'll add some what's the one where everyone's always fighting? Is it Southwest? He'll have some Southwest fighting audio going on in the in the cabin. Some family getting into an argument with each other and like hitting each other and shit. It always cracks me up. I don't know why. It's just like, ah. The redneck airline. Yeah, Jesus. Man. Noise canceling headphones. Yeah. Sometimes you just get unlucky on a plane. Sometimes. First time I flew, it was a little girl that was just constantly hurling. She was like 6 and she was French. So she's like, le, bleh, like all the time. It's like, oh God, please stop. The whole time she was just dry heaving. It was really cute, but also gross at the same time. Anyways, let me get back to designing this. They barf in French, yeah. Le bleu. No, it's fine. You'll be fine. First time I was like 5, an unaccompanied minor. I don't know. That's a good question. Did you have to wear like you were a World War II kid and someone was just gonna adopt you once you got off the train? Did you have like a tag around your neck? He's good. He's a good worker. He'll work farms really well. Pretty much. Dude, that was the wildest thing. Early American history. New York, all the boys that were just out on the streets that would just get nabbed and then shipped off to southern farms or farms just in the Midwest and stuff. They basically were kidnapped and then adopted to farmers. The number of unsolved mysteries I remember watching about that happening to kids was wild. There's a whole industry behind it. And it was all state run. That was the most wild part about it. My work moved production to Chicago. I've gone 3 times already, and every time I hear about plane issues, it's the Chicago airport. Dude, just so if you're going into, I mean, the only for my like Dallas, if you're going into Dallas, Fort Worth, don't there's 2 airports there. Don't go to the old one. Just never go to the old one. Just never. But flying right now is going to be a miserable experience, as my understanding. So just be prepared. If you're going to, I would say if you're flying a small engine plane, it probably won't be so bad. But if you're doing like a 200 people kind of deal, it's probably gonna be a little shitty. Just that is what it is. Open to back up. You have a month. Oh, okay. Well, then you're fine. You telling me I'm effed? I just hate flying now. I hate that it's just, make sure you have, because now we treat flying by air to other states like a foreign country now, right? So you have to have a star ID or you have to have a passport now, right? That's like a guaranteed must-have. So just make sure you have that in order. I'm not crazy, right? That's now how it is. Yeah, I got a passport. At least you don't have to take your shoes off anymore. Yeah, magically it's not a problem anymore. Oh. It was all just a total BS thing. Real ID. Of course it's a star. They don't even realize, they're just like, oh yeah, if you have the star on you, you'll be okay. We know who you are. What's happening? Yep, 25 years of income, 0 teras taught, and it's always failing any tests they run on it to see if it'll actually catch anything. I'm not getting a passport or an ID specifically because I want it to be harder to fly. Might need an excuse for work one day. Oh, man. They're like, okay, well, we'll pay for a chauffeur. I mean, eventually it'll be interstate travel when you're crossing a border. You're going to need a passport or a real ID. I mean, we're basically just kind of prepping everyone for that. Not having a passport stopped an Israel business trip for me. My current company, probably nowhere. Other companies in the past, they wanted to have employees get together like once per year. I kept telling him I didn't want to go to a war zone. Dude, one of my old bosses is like, he wanted me to move and live in China. Because they were building a factory there, and he wanted somebody he could trust. Like, he was trying to get there was like 3 other guys. He was trying to get one of us to move to China. It's crazy too, Bob. Yeah, I thought we federalized so that states wouldn't treat each other like foreign countries, and yet here we are. The worst part is when they implement a full Planeteer surveillance state where they know everyone's thoughts. They still make you go to the airport security theater. They're like, well, we still got to make it seem like we don't know everything now. So let's put them through the process so they feel like we don't actually know their thoughts. Job I flew all the time and I wouldn't get a passport because I knew I'd be flying all over the damn place, and I hate being stuck on planes. I had to go to China a ton. West of Shanghai, nice place. Got lots of looks there as a large white guy. Yeah. Oh, dude, man. I was thinking that would be a fun VR game, Codex. Is the most disgusting street food where you're just like putting your hands and everything. I thought that'd be a hilarious VR game. Where it's just like you get more points for the most cross-contamination and like disgusting way to make food. Oh, man. But I figured it's probably too offensive. Oh, dude, man, the cows, California, seeing the cows in California, it was like I remember, I forget what it was like. I can't remember the name, but I would never buy their beef. I remember the logo. Is that a get out of jail free card if you don't have a real ID and you get charged with a crime? And then a federal crime? They can't bring you to a federal like, well, he doesn't have a real ID. What are we supposed to do? Let me just shout out to M. Okay. All right, get back to work. I guess we can do this in world instead. Let's do that. To start with. Why not? Okay. Okay, so now we need some sort of interaction with the stone, with the mining stuff. So we're gonna say, I guess we'll do some inheritance here. Here we go. Mineable. Is mineable a word? HP. Everyone's thinking the Steam Machine's going to cost $1 million, but I don't think it's going to be as expensive as people are saying. Threw Fabled Footy on the Steam Deck before the flight, running 60 FPS. Nice, Jacob. Are the players going to mine crypto? Absolutely, we're going to lose. I downloaded a knockoff Pokemon for the flight to pass the time. Yeah. My wife's PC is kind of old and the games are starting to not support the GPU. Good excuse. Little Witch in the Woods. Okay. I think what's interesting about the Steam Machine is it's a known quantity, meaning that it does kind of move Steam development into the console space in that for the developers that at least care about it, they're like, okay, we can target this or whatever, like they do at the Steam Deck. So it's interesting because it does make, I think for some of the developers, it makes them a little bit more performance aware. All right, so we'll just do HP and mind. And then I guess we can have like some basic functions like let's make mind private. Make this a little bit bigger for you boys. Mudbound has the third best video card and he doesn't even game. Dude, I was saying this. They announced it on a Wednesday. A Wednesday is the third day of the week, and they announced 3 products. I was trying to think of another 3 that they had in the talk, but I couldn't think of it. It's coming. Yeah, I don't think Half-Life 3 has been in development this entire time. It doesn't sound like that's the way Steam works, but I could be wrong. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not really, I'll be honest though, I'm not really a Half-Life guy. Either way. Okay. Oh, another background image change? It's taking forever to load. I'll get it eventually. Oh, Jesus. Excellent. Thank you so much. It looks like I don't even know what to call it. There we go. There's your damn background. I love you. I need more of you. Ah, it looks like looks like communist propaganda. Like some dear leader shit. I have the most awkward boner now. Okay. Drop loot. All right. Target the player. Okay. All right. Give me a second, guys. I got to go tinkle. Let me change the picture from the book. Next page. Winter just skateboarded into my into our area like Marty McFly at the beginning of Back to the Future. It's like, you're telling me it's supposed to be winter? I'm late. And Power of Love started playing, and it's like, oh, I'm here, guys. All right. So we're going to build out a list of mining locations. Brad, what's up? List of mining locations. World. I'm late for school. Mining. I don't know. Mines. Sure. It's an array of mineable. Remember back in the day when grocery stores used to have a place for old people to hang out? When we get old, we won't have shit. Where we are, our mall is always busy, but it's a cold weather area, so the reason for a mall is also seasonal. But yeah, our mall is a bopping place. It's the mating grounds for teenagers and shit. Lurk poo poo. You can do it, JD. Just relax. Listen to my voice and let it come out. Yeah. No, ours is kind of thriving. Got a multiplex theater, bunch of food places, food courts and stuff. Hobby Lobby. Just totally doxed myself. What? It's got a Hobby Lobby. It's got a Victoria's Secrets. It's got like a bunch of, I don't know, GameStop, an arcade. It's like a time machine. It's got a Claire's. It's got a Hot Topic. It's got like a Kohl's. It's got a Kohl's. It's got a fucking zoo inside of it. What else? I'm trying to think of like big names off the top of my head. Yeah, Kohl's would constitute a department store. Penny's, is Penny still around? JC Penney's? I feel like they're hanging on barely. Target's doing really bad right now. That might be some stock to buy. They're trying to turn it around. Zoo? That's a horrible thing to call the daycare. What else do they have there? There's like a big Pokemon fighting arena, Pokemon Go, like inside the mall. So if you see all these dads just sitting on these couches, you know they're all playing fucking Pokemon Go. I forget. There's a bunch of other department stores. I can't think of any of them because I don't do that stuff. Yeah, of course, there's like a K Jewelers, right? Got to have a K Jewelers. There's a Wetzel Pretzel or whatever the hell it's called. This is a pretzel joint. Yeah, it is. Our mall is like a time machine. It's wild. I went into GameStop. Went into GameStop and that was wild. It's all just like they just sell clothes and trinkets and stuff. Video games are like a secondary part of their business now, at least at the retail locations, which I guess is kind of a smart move because I mean physical games are just kind of going kaput. All the GameStops closed near me. Yeah, dude, physical games are gone. End of an era. The most punk thing you could do is make a physical release of your game. Do it like punk rock style and burn it on a CD and shit. Write the name of the game and permanent marker and sell it at a farmer's market or some shit. I almost think that some people would make more money doing it that way than going on Steam and trying to sell it there. I'm not even joking. Oh yeah, dude. When the bombs drop or with a solar flare. Yeah. I live like 20 feet from basketball courts. I fully plan to tear off some Steam codes on my mailbox or whatever when it eventually ships. Hell yeah. That would be a cool thing to do for if you have like hardcore fans. Give me a couple. I'll put them around over here. I was talking with Jacob about the Fortnite Unity thing. We were trying to understand it. My working theory right now is that you'll play the Unity game inside of Fortnite, not as a launcher, but literally with your character in Fortnite. That's my guess is what it's going to be like. That's how they described it. I don't know. I only heard the overview. Curious, why farmers markets and physical discs? Oh, just like just to make money, really. You'd be surprised the support you would get at a local community at a farmer's market. And especially if you're the only one selling like a video game and you can play it there, I think you'd be surprised at what you could probably turn around in numbers. I guess you could sell it on a thumbstick if it's small enough, or if it's an installer that downloads something somewhere else. And you could always just sell the Steam keys. Why discs? Why not? Have all three? Yeah. But I do think that frankly the shot in the dark that is Steam versus I don't know. I think it's overlooked. I think it's a possible space to make some money beyond just trying to make it on the internet. And then maybe you get some news coverage. If you're in a small town and they're like, there's a dude making video games, and you contact the news and you're like, hey, I'm selling a video game, they're going to be like, oh, local boy makes video game. Whee! It depends on where you are, of course. Thousands walking past. Exactly. Yeah, if it's a multiplayer game or something people can play together, people start laughing. You know, they're like, what are they doing over there? You pipe out the game audio and not too loud, but loud enough speakers where people are like, well, what is that? Farmer markets I've been to not only don't have electricity nearby, but be a standout in vegetable foods, pottery, jewelry. Yeah. Yeah, you get some Bluetooth speakers, some Steam Decks hooked up to something. Don't even need, you might need a little bit of juice, but you could always borrow it from a food truck. Solar Ginny. Yeah, that would work too. It's going. I'm getting distracted by chat. All my friends are here right now. I want to hang out with them. I miss the huge flea markets. Those were fun to find cool shit. Yeah. App Store vibes. Apple Store. Yeah. Just something like, it's better than all the assholes selling 3D printed stuff. No offense to anybody who does that. But if you're going to do it, at least make something original, not the goddamn dragons that everyone keeps 3D printing and selling at the markets that I go to. Etsy supposedly cracking down on that. That's good. No offense to any of the assholes that do that. You fucking... Oh, God, dude, we're going to the kids' fair. We're doing the kids' fair tomorrow with my daughter. And the number of kids that just 3D print just slop. And it's like, they should not allow this. Comic-Cons and stuff like that shit should just not be allowed, full stop. Like, it reeks of just selling knockoff trinket junk. It's even worse than that. And I mean, the IP infringement and everything, it doesn't bring an air of any professionality to the stuff at all. Yeah. I mean, that's like, I was telling my daughter, I'm like, if we can design some custom trinkets and stuff, because she was talking about her, like, she has like a Polly Pocket thing. And I was like, you could 3D print your own Polly Pockets to sell your own version of that with your own cool designs and everything to sell at the next kids fair. Selling fan art. Yeah. It's weird. Warhammer. Yeah, that's the meta brain move for if you're a Warhammer guy. Yep. Yeah, video game controller thumbsticks. They're right here. I've got some replacement thumbsticks on my this controller here because my son ripped off the rubber. So I just 3D printed the thumbsticks again. So yeah, Warhammer's nuts. There should be like I made a mistake in my game, says Memphis. All right, I got to get back to work, Roger. For Roger. Do it for Roger. I need a Podomo, Pablomo. Need one of those timers on the screen. Yeah, you need a good UV for Warhammer detail prints, which I have not used. Maybe print a Warhammer kit and sell it. Pomodoro? Pomodoro. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, you could probably download some models off of the Warhammer games and use those. Just don't get caught. Do the Nintendo infringement stuff. They sell it for a lot of money. Yeah. I have a problem to make content because making content is boring, so I had a brilliant idea that monsters can spawn 3 difficulties where each difficulty has its own attacks, loot, and everything. 3 times the work. I guess, yeah. I mean, it depends on how you're doing it and everything. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's get back to work. Everyone focus. Okay, so we've got an array of these minables things. We have the idea of dropping loot. We need to associate the data when we build out. Let's look at the game code for, well, we have it here for packet. And we have the sim packet. And this is where we build out the packet we send out. So we could iterate on, so we have update. I'm thinking we need to maybe have a reference. If we store a ref to players and to the world and all that. Put a lot of detail in the models, yeah. All right, guys, and this is where we're going to update the data for the mines. So we need some sort of header. No, we don't. We don't. We didn't even keep track of our size though as this grows. So number of nines, it's boolean on or off, whether or not it's been mined. We also need a if we say the HP, what is, let me do some quick screenshots of Fantasy Life real quick. I'm just curious about the HP that the max HP that they use for if we keep the HP in the hundreds. People nickname this the game that steals your time. Let me see here. We're going to go over to YouTube. Just want to make sure I'm not in my I Hate Cops YouTube. Pierogi, the most delicious streamer. How you doing? All right, we're gonna look this up here. Sorry, guys, my bandwidth is null. My bandwidth is null. Fiddling around with some Gadoot. Got a Gadoot. Got a Gadoot to get down. So this is all about mining, and they're not showing any mining. Okay. I think we can extract. They don't show an actual number. So I think if we went with 256, I think we'd be okay. No, it's what we're going for, though. We're headed towards this direction. This is what we're shooting for. So 1 byte. So an 8-bit number. So that's 4. Yeah, we can do that. Or no, sorry, 8. I just said 8. Nice graphics. Yeah. No, we're going to use as placeholders to get going. I'll show you a little bit of a, I mean, I can show you that I can do this stuff, but maybe you'll just go along with the ride. So we're going to just use all these assets for now from KKit to get going. So we'll have these kind of like roles here that we can use. An archer for sure we'll have. This knight, like a wizard or a mage or something. And we'll use these guys for enemies to start with. But right now we're just trying to get everything set up for mining. We're going to see how long it takes us. Hopefully we can get it done today if I can stop getting so distracted. Is it climb? Soda. Dude, soda. Dude, that's when I'll know I'll have made it again. I was telling my buddy, I'm like, if I can just have diet Dr. Pepper or diet Dr. Pepper or diet or new Diet Coke or whatever, what is it called? The other one. Not the regular Diet Coke, but the other one. Coke Zero. Dr. Pepper Zero. If I can have that just on drip feed and not have to worry about probably shouldn't. I'll be set. Klim. All right, Klim. Coke Zero is where it's at. Speaking of, I mean, we even have in our own emotes, our bless emote is John Carmack holding up a Diet Coke. I tweeted at him asking if he preferred Diet Coke or Coke Zero, but I never got an answer. I'll have a Pepsi free. Listen, son, if you want a Pepsi, you're going to have to pay for it. Oh, man. We all know that one. Right, guys? I think they were trying too hard with BTFF 2. Or BTTF 2. It's too much. They were trying, and it's dated. I don't understand. That kind of product placement is so not future thinking. Like if the movie is a hit, you want it to be something that's always going to be around and not the new thing that you're trying to promote. The second one does it better than the first one because he's like, all I want is a Pepsi. Everything that went wrong. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. So we have mineable, mined, drop loot, blah, blah, blah. Realm editor. Going to get rid of this. World. So we need to just at the start here, we're just going to get a list of our mines. We also need to make it so that our copper is the mineable resource. So we're going to go over to our import here. We're going to go to our assets, KKit. We're going to go down to blah, 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 block bits, and we're going to find our stones and etc. These guys. And all of these, we're going to say you are now mineable. We're going to re-import them. So now when they come into any scene, they're going to have that as their class. So then we're guaranteed these guys are going to be these dudes, which is good. Now, I believe that maybe these ones aren't. Yes, they are. Okay, so if we go click on this, we'll go back to mineable. Yes, we do. Roger, Dodger. We're looking good. Okay, so now. Truly good movie. Like a new good movie. A new good movie. I mean, there's Nick Frost horror comedy. Yeah, I just saw Game Night recently. That one was fun. But I don't know that I'd come around and watch it again. I don't know, dude. I'm on a 90s kick right now. I watched Speed with my wife the other day. We're going through The Long Kiss Goodnight right now. Speed really holds up, I feel like. But we're on a big 90s kick right now. Dude, I didn't realize the Metal Gear ripped the music off so hard. I was like, oh my god, this is Metal Gear. Wait, when did this come out? Wait, Metal Gear ripped it off. Ah, shit. You know what? We fucked it up. Hang on. It's not a node. This has to be a node 3D. I got to re-import. See how their positions got reset? Okay, so now we can set their positions again. Oops. Grab the right resource. There we go. Turn on snapping. So now the mines also we need an area to collide with so we can detect when we're hitting them. Right? We got a phone hone when we do this. There's a lot of systems that we're going to put in place right now. So I'm taking a little bit of time on this because I kind of want to think about it before I get too far into it and screw it up. So I'm just we're letting my brain kind of reset, cook on it. Okay, so there's 3 resources to mine. We also need to have a mining attack and all that stuff. Well, Escape from New York. And the title sequence, the title music as well was ripped from another movie. And the box art of the OG Metal Gear was straight up from Terminator. Reese, or whatever his name was. What's your take on AI to make software? I can't really have one. I haven't tried it. I mean, I don't know. I think that you still fall into the trap of the Mythic Man Month, where if you use AI to produce something for them, you're now managing people. And the question is, how much management of an AI prompt, etc., do you reach the Mythical Man Month problem, where you suddenly are in diminishing returns? So, I don't know. I mean, the market wins. The market speaks. The market, like, if it wins in the market, then it's better than people or whatever, or it's a new way. But if it doesn't, then it doesn't. Again, I don't want to spin my wheels talking about AI. I feel like it's a waste of time. Everyone has their opinions. I feel like people that come in and ask that question want to have a conversation, where they already have their facts set and their decision made already. The question is null and void. There's almost no point to it. I'm not calling you out exactly 4N91, but I find that it's not even worthwhile talking about, because it gets everyone all riled up, and everyone kind of says the same arguments again and again and again, and we're basically like prompting ourselves at that point. But I don't know. Microsoft is I think businesses trying to integrate AI into everything don't understand what this shit is useful for. I mean, hey, let's use AI to navigate our fucked up, like, OS configurations, instead of being like, oh, our OS configures are fucked up, we should fix those. Make game, not war. All right, we're getting back to it. Okay, so we have the mining resources here. Mining resources here. So we need to add, let's go ahead and open this up. We need to add a collidable area, some area that we can determine that we are hitting the thing. Let's use a sphere. So we're going to do collision shape 3D, and we're going to make it a sphere. A sphere. Today is going to be the day. All right. Radius times dos. Radius times dos again. There we go. How about one more? What's that prompt? The guy with the Paul Rudd dancing thing? You guys know what I'm talking about? My name's Zane, or Tane, and I'm here to entertain you. You guys know what I'm talking about? Ooh, I like Tane. This is me during the workday, so distracted. I'm here to entertain you. Today's going to be the day. So what's the so collision shape Draysty? What do you have when you what do you put a collision shape 3D in? Blah 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 blah. What does it need? Rigid body. So we're gonna go with a rigid body. So in order to make that happen, we're gonna change this to a rigid body. Rigid body trace D. Okay, so rigid body. Now we need the we need an import script for this son of a bitch. Unless we somehow, I don't believe that anybody. But we have to get this collision shape into the scene. We could do this on ready, but let's do it with the import. So it's just part of the scene. So we're gonna look at our imports here real quick. And then we have import create collision shape. So we already have something like this already. Iterate scene, return scene. Create convex collision. We're not doing that. We want to add something. Let's look at our add animation player. So this is how we do it. This is how we do it. So let's go ahead and save our collision shape. We're going to call this mining collision shape. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and export this. Save branch as scene. Scenes. For now, we're just going to put it in this giant junk here. This needs to be a little more. Yeah, it's, we got main. I don't know, guys. This is all over the place. Scenes, editor, loading, imports. I don't know. Don't we have a realm thing? We were doing something with a realm. We'll go new folder. I guess we'll call it world for now. Mining collision shape. Okay, so we have that. Now we need to add it to, so add animation player. So we're going to go ahead and duplicate this one. Duplicate. Import mining. Mineable. Sure. Let's go ahead and open up that. Today's going to be this collision shape 3D. We want to keep that. Gonna go ahead and get rid of all this crap. Delete 2, 5. There we go. All right. Collision shape. So now we need to get the UID of our friend here for our collision shape. Mining collision shape. So we're gonna go ahead and copy the UID. Go back here. We're gonna reload. This preload we're going to replace here, and we're going to say that it's the UID that we just did. Insert here. I think for solo beds, it's better to find someone who's at least novice in the area, and instead of using AI, because even if the AI spits out something unusable, still using it to cover what you're not good at, you might not know how to use it best. I think prompting AI is a bit like asking your smarter uncle. And he's going to come in with his presumptions about what you asked it to do, and you're going to constantly get your smarter uncle's code, but then it's all based off of his stuff. Stop, make game. I don't believe that anybody. Okay, so the owner is the scene. We don't need character body, and there we go. So now we have our import mineable. So this should add a collision body for our mineable resource, but we have to re-import said resources. So we got to go back up again. We're going to go over to resource bits. We're going to choose the stones. These ones here. Stone brick. Oh, we were just doing copper, weren't we? No, we're in the wrong thing. We're in the wrong thing. We're looking at block bits down here. Here we go. Okay, so then we're going to add our import script. Imports mineable. Okay, so now if we go back to world, and if we look hard enough, maybe we can go to the instantiated thing. Let's see if we got it right. We'll go see what it looks like when it's instantiated. New inherited. There we go. Mining collision shape. And so we're set. So now we can just go to that scene and change the ooh, but the masking is here. So we do have to do the masking. So let's go ahead and add that to our project. We're going to go over here to collision 3D physics something. Collision debug shapes physics mask physics layer names. Here we go. So we have surface, character, and mineable. Mineable? Can you guys think of another name for like a generic over, like you're going to collect the thing by performing an action repeatedly? That's what I'm looking for. A tree would technically fall under this for what I'm making. Harvestable? Okay. Harvestable moon. All right, I'll be right back. Collectible? No, but what about, so there might be the things that they drop. That would be sort of more collectible than the thing that you're mining. And then we're also going to have little bits that you can pick up on the ground and stuff. I don't know. I'll be right back. All right, so weather's changed officially. It's time to start really Taffy Cat. Sticky Taffy. Donald, M, welcome back. Cat Pipes, what's up? That's weird. I didn't even see you, Cat Pipes, and I mentioned Catty. That's weird. Welcome in. Harvestable, punchable. Tapier's just like, I'm out. Jeez, Doddle's laying it on. I'm going to bump the temperature up, guys. All right. So we need to do some stuff for our collision masking. And what we're going to say is that we are a surface, so that's something that the player can collide against. We're not going to have it go away after it's been farmed. We're going to replace it with a different mesh. Now, the other thing that we could probably do is UV, have a scroll on the UV, and have we can do something better for graphics for the GPU memory later. But we want to mask it to mineable. No. We are surface. Mining collision shape. That's a rigid body. Does this make it so that... Now, see, this needs to be... The whole thing's a rigid body. We need an area. So it needs to look like this. The area 3D, and then the mining collision shape needs to be within that. So we enter the space. All right, so we're not quite right here. So let's make this an area 3D. And we're going to make you the parents. And mining area 3D, we're going to call it, instead of mining collision shape. And then everything's still fine here. So then we have to adjust the import here. So it's not a collision shape 3D anymore. It is an area 3D. Preload the same thing here. This becomes an area 3D. Area. I can type. I can type! Okay, and then this is no longer collision shape. It's area 3D. God bless America. All right, go like that. Get rid of this. Go like that. And switch this over here. Okay, so now we're set. It's an area 3D. It's a space that we enter. It is not a space we actually physically collide with. The stone itself is a collidable space, and now it needs a collision shape. And so in the case of this object, I can just create one, or we have the collision shape creator thingy that we've written already. Imports, and we have create collision shape. So we'll use this. And we will create our collision shape before we do the rest. So we go like this, iterate, and we do it first. So we say iterate scene, and that'll create the collision shape for the quab. Look at that. It's beautiful. Can I am I pretty close? Is that pretty close? I don't know what I was doing with my shoulders there. We keep losing you? Ah, shit, is my internet? Go off, Mike. Oh, is it because I'm a little to the left? Do your mom check. Oh, yeah, I got it twisted. Don't get it twisted. This is very directional. All right, let me know if that helps. Let me know if that helps. You see me yank that mic? Streamer yanks mic on stream. All right, let's try reporting again. And see if our scene, our structure looks right. Let's go check it out. We have an error, so that's not good. Something's wrong. Oh, we actually need now we need a collision body for the mine, for the mining area, and then what do we call the collision? Don't distract him. He hasn't done shit today. How long into the stream are we? 2 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, I have been distracted. Well, excuse me. I've actually done quite a lot. I just don't have anything to show for it yet because I am literally building the foundation of the game, for Christ's sake. So excuse me if it takes a little bit of time. You know what? I don't have to take this shit. Flips table. Smashes camera. Snaps the neck of the microphone. You know what? I should put some googly eyes on my my mic. Yeah. Let me He's me. I think people watch me and they're like, I'm exactly like him. I can't complete any task. Oh, by the way, my LLC was confirmed. And so I'm going to get the Steam page going offline. Sad because he's so much more productive than me. And I'm super distracted, Tapper. Big booty bitches. Because that's mine. Damn. Nah, it's just Cricket LLC. And then I'll probably do a trademark for the game name and all that shit, the title, the logo or whatever. However that stuff works. I have to double check some things. But at some point, once we're getting near the end of it. So this collision mesh is too much. It could just be a block, but we're not going to worry about that right now. Also, we could make it where the resource itself is not a collidable element where we can just walk through it. But I think we'll make it collidable. Okay, so now we need to add, the last thing we need to do here is add, we'll call it mining surface. How about that? Oh no, we already have the collision shape. It's right here. And therefore, static body. So we don't need, okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. Mineable is now not a rigid body. And that's not correct. It would be a static body. Mineable itself is not a rigid body. We're putting that on the stone. Although it would be nice to put it inside of to move it inside of the root. So let's do that. The fewer nodes, the better, boys. So we got to go over to our import create collision. So we have our import mineable. This is where we create the collision. So we're creating a convex collision for mesh instance. True. So here's the weird thing. We need to grab the created collisions and we need to move those sons of bitches. We need to get rid of this one. This one doesn't, we just need the collision shape. So we're going to drop the, now does this return, create convex collision? Do you return something? Let's find out. Let's look it up. Godot docs. And that's on, create convex collision is on a mesh instance 3D. Let's check that out. Mesh instance 3D. It's reading. I visit my mom. I say hi and lend a Doxy scanner. I just opened an app and it's been deprecated since 2017. Dude, it's fucking disgusting. I mean, this is sort of what moving away from like serialization standards and allowing USB to be like this driver thing is allowing a lot of this bullshit to happen. Where there's not like, it's like, this is how you scan. It's like, this is the protocol for scanning or whatever. It's like, well, no, you just kind of, however you want to do it. And then we end up with bullshit like this where it's like, you can't even use the hardware you have anymore. Create convex collision. This helper creates a static body child node with a convex collision shape calculated for the mesh geometry. It's mainly used for testing. If clean is true, duplicate and interior vertices are removed automatically. Okay. Both of them are true, but it doesn't tell me, it doesn't return what it made, which is kind of a bummer. I guess I should just wear a sweater and some socks instead of heating up the entire house so I can have a shirt on. Sorry guys. Create convex collision. This is, I think we're just gonna add our own again. So let's just make a collision shape. Trace D. We're going to go with a quab. There's our quab. Double the size. All right, there's our quab. And let's go ahead and save this. Mining collision shop. So now here's our collision shop. We'll save this. Scenes, world, mining collision shop. Overwrite it? No. Ooh, we got to rename this one. Hang on a second. This is mining area 3D. Then we export this one. Scenes, world, save, copy UID, bring it over here, get rid of this iterate stuff const, collision shop, 3D. So we're bringing all this stuff back. Isn't that funny? Packed scene equals preload. Like this. Go like that. Get rid of this. Guess we can get rid of all that. 7. Yank these 3 lines here. Go like this. Collision shape. 3D. Whoa. What am I in? I got into the dock somehow. How did I do that? Hey, is everything okay? Oh, they're pink.
I thought they were the same color. I think that one's red.
Sure.
Will this work to attach them?
Yeah.
They don't have sticky backs.
Sticky backs, sticky backs.
It's going okay?
Yeah, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, at least not. I've been trying to, like get Gemma's submissions done and stuff. I'm gonna try to get Odie to at least do a little bit. Emma really wants to go book club, so I know everything that's about.
Is it today? Well, has she read the book?
Yeah, it's fantastic, Mr. Fox.
Oh.
She just happened to have just read it because you read it, and then she read it after you read it. That was right before her day.
All right, we got googly eyes on the microphone, but they're too small. Got to get some bigger ones. Maybe we could give him eyebrows and like a mustache and everything. All right. I'm debating on streaming later today. Do it. All right. Do it. Don't save. Let's try this again. One more time. All this housekeeping, guys. Dear God. Re-import. And let's see what it looks like. Go to the scene. Open anyway. Look at that. That's as small as we can get it. So we have our mine area, which we can't see the outline of, but it exists. You got to trust. Oh, no, it's right there. You can see the circle. So this is like when we enter the space at which we can mine the thing. Now, I guess what we could do is put it around the player. God bless it. That's what we should do. All right, let's do that. This area should go around the player. Then we have way less. Okay, let's do that. We'll put it around the player character. Do we have anything special on our player characters? I think we do already, right? Imports. I think we have add animation player. So this is the character import. And we have a collision. Okay, so we can grab import area. Let's just pull this over here. Whoopsie doodle. Hang on, go back. Let's get rid of this. We broke a bunch of stuff. I know it's all broken. Calm down. Everything's okay. Add animation player hides a global script class. I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna go like that. And then we're gonna add all of our crap. Collision shape. And our area 3D. So this area 3D, this is really a mining area. Mining area. Okay. Mining area 3D. So we have the that we added onto the player. Okay, that's all good. I'm not sure what this is yelling about. Hides a global script class. Let's go ahead and look at our barbarian and double check here. Player controller, materials, but we don't have an import script. Class name. I don't think it needs a class name, first of all. But, oh, it's grabbed from here. I don't mind that. And this should really be, call it import character. Let's go ahead and add animation player. So we're going to rename you import character. Okay. And let's go back to Barbarian. Here. And what does this look like when we bring it in? Let's just go to game. Let's go to world and we'll just drag in a Barbarian. And what does that look like? You inherited. So we do have the animation player and all this stuff. So there's some sort of import script was run on this thing. Certainly, right? I mean, we're not instantiating these in our game code, are we? No. So that's weird. It must have run once. Imports. I might break everything right now if I do this. Import character. Re-import. Go back to world. Let's look at it again. And we have mining area now. So now mining area surrounds the player. So now we can think about its collision values in a more logical way. And also, yes. So we have mining area, this, and the collision shape. Let's go ahead and open this up. And here, no, we still need to do the masking on it, but we do need to have masking here as well, which we can do here. And we're going to say that this area, we are nothing, but we mask with mineable, like that. Done. Okay, so that's set. So now if our character enters a mineable space, something can light up if we connect to the collision. And I think that'll change our input scheme, where when you enter a mineable space, your input buttons will change to what they can perform in that area. Let me do a shout out to Mud. I want to make sure I don't forget anybody. I'm trying. Jesus Christ, my chat is bumping. Import mineable. So let's go back to mineable. So let's double check. I think I need to re-import one more time. Yeah, because we don't need this one. So we'll re-import one more time. We're getting it. This is our mess and plaz. We're getting all of our shit in order. All right. So now if we look at the scene structure, here we go. So that's the way we want it. Okay. And the last thing we have to do is the masking. So we're gonna say here we got a mask. We don't need that. We need import mineable. So we got to set the masking here. So this is on this is the parent. The scene itself is technically, we know it's not a node. It's a static body, right? Static body trace D. So post import static body trace D. Can we do this? Are we allowed to do this? No, because it has to be scene. Okay, so then we're going to say scene equals. No, see, it's been declared as a var static body 3D colon static body 3D equals scene as static body 3D. Okay, so now we have our static body 3D. So anything that says scene, we're going to remove and replace it with static body 3D. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and say here, before all this, we're going to set the collision stuff for it. So it's static body 3D, collision mask. Is it mask? Yes. Okay. Now it's layer. So we're going to be mineable, and our mask is going to be 0. So static body. So this is bit masking. So I always get a little confused here, but we can say 0. And then an easy way to do this would be in our config to set up some sort of yeah, see, we have collision here. So and this is counting by. It'd be nice on the enumerator if you could say count powers of, because now this sucks because I have to do this. I have to go 0 1 2, and now we have to do 4 for the other one. So this is now 4. So this is for what do we call it? Mineable. Okay. So we have an enumerator here that we can use to create the collision layer, and luckily it's not combining anything, so it's just config collision mineable. Okay, so now if we re-import one more time, it should be that it's masked correctly. Let's check. Go over here, check our collisions. Yeah, so now we are mineable. And that's it. We're not masked with anything. We are just a No, we need to be mineable plus. We still need to be a surface that we can be on. Config collision surface plus mineable. I want to say that's what we want to do. Surface is a bit 0 value of 1. Okay, so now if we re-import, we should be both. So let's do it again. I wish it would just automatically do this. No. See, I fucking hate this shit. Why did that happen? Bit 1, value 2. Is it value? Bit 0. How do you do this? Do you OR it? So we added what? We added 1 plus 4 got us 5. Let's try it with none. But mineable was right. But if we add with none, none is 0. It's not going to do anything. Do we OR? Surface. How do you OR? It's not that. Is it? And if I could just see what this is. So this is 1 plus 3. Value 4. Value 2. Value 4. Mineable is 4. Value 1. I'm doing 1 plus 4. Right? Surface is 1. Oh, no! Oh, I switched them around. Okay. So I had it right. I just, this should be here. Surface is 1. Player is 2. Okay. Now we go back over to import mineable. And instead of anning, we just do some math here. And now if we re-import, we should be cool. There we go. Okay. Ugh. Cricket, can I backseat or no? Sure, what's up? What's up? This might seem like madness what I'm doing right now. It might seem like madness, but we're getting somewhere, I promise. The order was wrong. Oh, yeah, you son of a bitch. All right. Now that we've done that. Oh gosh. Change the editor background. I did do that. The it clown, we did that. And then we did the cricket face thing. So now we have everything sort of almost there. So here's the two things that all right, let me break it out. We need to, when we enter the mineable space, we need to be able to dink. Right? We have to be able to go dink, dink. All right. So we need to be able to do that, which means our character needs to be able to switch over to some sort of mining pickaxe thing. It means that we need to have sound effects. It means that we need to have a resource drop after we've dinked it enough. It means we need to be able to tell the server, I'm trying to dink this thing. Can I, could I please dink this thing? The server also needs to say, hey, the thing is all gone. There's nothing to dink. A million things we have to do here. We also have to tell everyone else, hey, this guy is mid-dink. Lots of things to do here. What else? We've also, we don't even have a player camera rotation stuff going on right now. Well, also, what does it look like when we just run the game? Is it even going to work right now? Should be able to work. Yeah. All right. So we've got 3 clients here. One of us is going to start the server, and the other is going to connect. And now we can move around. Can we jump high enough to even get up here? I don't think we can. Ugh. Nope. I accidentally hit peer connected. Okay. So we have okay. There's a lot we have to do. I think we'll probably have mining done barely today. At the end of today. But we'll have something. We'll have something. I think we're going to skip the animation stuff for now. Because that's a whole layer of stuff I have to build on the netcode side. So we're going to skip all that for now. But we can get the movement over to it. We can start dinking it. I guess the resource itself needs a health bar. So I suppose we need a couple of like cached health bars that we can kind of just move around where we need them. instead of having every object in the game have a health bar that we show or hide, for instance. We just need like a standard class, standard Godot control thing for here's a progress bar that's the health bar. Slap it over here right now where the player's looking. I actually think that would be something that I probably would write a C++ thing for, because it is so expensive with Godot to, in GDScript, take the screen, find out the exact position on the viewport of where something is in 3D, and then move the control to that, which is how I'd want to do it. But doing that in GDScript can start to get kind of expensive. Yeah, GLTF is the way to go with Godot, because it'll do the binary compression when you do the exports and stuff too. At least that's what I've read in the docs. So, Tapir, have you looked at all the custom flags? You can do a custom build of Godot, so when you do an export, it only truly exports the things that you need. Not even counting the custom export script thing, but just like literally like I don't need this entire part of the engine, full stop. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I definitely think it's beneficial. If you're making anything and I don't know, I think it's all a good idea. Just less sitting there running, you know? Like I'm not using it, I don't need it. So I think I need to decompress here from all this work I did to get sort of my place setting in order. So I guess we need to be able to jump. When we press a button, we need to. Is that the mailroom? That's cool. Let me do a shout out to Johnson real quick. The other thing we have to do, so jumping, so let's get it when we press the, God, I hate Godot UI stuff. Like, if we have these buttons here, there should be a damn checkbox. If I press the button, then leave the, but now I have to do like a manual grab focus on button press. So we have to ungrab focus. Is that even a thing? I don't even know. We have the start server. Where are we even plugging into that? Is that in game? It's not happening in UI. Where is this happening from? Is this in the multiplayer, the network? Yeah, here it is. So connect to server and start server. So when we press these buttons, we want to... How do you ungrab focus? So we have connect button. It's a function call. Is this, do we just pass false to it? Steal focus from another controller and become the focused control. Is there like unfocus? Release focus. There we go. For Ultramassive, I had to compile Godot itself. It wasn't a good experience, but they improved it. Yeah, it's good. It's not bad. I was able to do it as an experiment. Not too long ago. Start server button, release focus. Okay, so let's just double check here. Also, we should probably do a commit because we just did a bunch of stuff. And we're about to do a whole different genre of things here. Start server, so focus goes away. So now, if we try and jump, which we don't have a jump. Okay, so we got to put jump back in the game. Jump around. Get up and get down. Scripted 3D. What are we doing? World. So let's bring all this down. Or I guess we'll bring these guys down. Nah, you know what? We should probably be able to jump that high. That's almost a full body length. I feel like we should be able to jump that high. Godot does hire people. That is a thing. I like how my stream title today is adding gameplay. Because it really is like, I know what I need to do, but I don't know when we're going to get to the part where it's like, okay, now it's starting to look like a game. Bruzizkov. Bruzizkov? Don't laugh at me. How did we say that? Bruzizkov? Thanks. Welcome in. How are you doing? Change the background image. What am I changing it to? Tell me what I'm changing it to. Tibia. Like the tibia bone? Tibia game. MMO. Let's see. Do you have wallpaper from Tibia MMO? Okay, let me see. Here we go. Epic Games. There isn't a logo. Thank you. Is that a JPEG or a PNG? Because it's unfortunately it's grabbing it as a WebP. I'll try it as a JPEG. Let me see. There we go. All set. Got you covered. You're welcome. Sorry for butchering your name. Childhood memories. Nice. Hang on. Let me quit that there. We don't want that popping up on the screen. Oh my God, 10-minute Tetris IO break. Or Tetrio. Rum, bum, bum, bum. We needed to play that. Just do. Tetrio. Oh shoot, I need to crap, I can't sign in. Did I give me a second. We'll try and sign in. I don't know that I have the password. So I might need to create another account. Yes, I have it. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. I just got to sign in. Give me a second. All right. Got to give it a second. Game's downloading. My internet is crap right now. Why is it showing an ad? Bro, we got to change some things here. There's ads everywhere. Why is there ads everywhere? They got to make money somehow, right? All right, let's get rid of the music. Multiplayer. Custom game. Private room. All right, here's the link. Join me. Come join me, bro. Help me, step bro. My Tetramino's stuck. Help me, step bro. Here. All right, we'll get started, you and me. Now, I'm either going to get, the way that this goes is you're either going to kick my ass or I'm going to kick yours. Or we're equal. It's very, very rare, but these are the streets of Tetris, the hard streets of Tetris, so we'll see. Anybody else want to join? You can come in playing for the first time. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Please, somebody else join. I don't... Stop! He's already dead! No, I'm sure you're going to do great. You're probably going to kick my ass. Look at all these ads. Uh-oh. 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 My controller doesn't work. Oh, God, we have to use the keyboard. How do you rotate? How do you go down? How do you stash with the keyboard? Does anyone know? Christ, why does mine look so weird? It's like it didn't load everything. How do you stash? Here we go. Oh my God. Brutal. All right. Let's do it again. Look at all these ads. How do we go back? Dude, the ads are literally blocking the game from being playable. I can't click on anything. It's like a malware. Well, I don't want the Samsung Galaxy. Christ. Let me go next. Are you guys seeing this? Am I in a hacked version of the site? What is going on? I literally can't use the site. This is unusable. How do I start it? It's covered in ads. Go away. I can't start the next match. This is unbelievable. I can't believe how broken this is. Hang on a second. Let me see if my ad blocker is even running on my give me a second here. Because this should all be getting blocked on my router side before it even hits me. So I'm guessing I must have disabled ad block at some point. If I refresh, you're going to be in control. Yeah, resume. It's off. It was off for some reason. All right, let me reload. Where did I put the link? I'm going to copy and paste it in here. Then I'm going to close and load it myself. And join. All right, I'm back. All right, now you're in control, bruz. Yeah, you can do it by hand. There we go. Now the game looks right, too. That was wild. So the controller just doesn't work. So we're out of luck with the controller. I don't know. I really screwed myself here. Let's just start cleaning this mess up. All right. Let's see. Let's do it again. Again! Good game. All right. Anyone else want to join? Usually we have more people joining, but I guess not right now. All right. Last one, I guess. So spacebar brings it down right away. Shift, you can stash a piece. The controls are a little hard to get used to, admittedly. Shit. All right. GG. Sorrow, do you want to join? So I think Sorrow is one of the elite. All right. One more. Cricket's pulling viewers. It's just how it goes. You raised on the Tetris streets. Streets of Tetradelphia. All right, start it up, bruz. Brazu. Team up. Can we do teams? God, my telephone is so fucked up. Spiritually get me, haunt my mind. You gotta line the block. You gotta clear the lines. You gotta make lines and clear lines. There we go. Shift to stash a piece if you don't want to use it. Spacebar slams it down instantly. Only thing I don't know how to do is rotate. I guess. Christ. Oh shit. Christ almighty! Sweet Jesus! All right, Sorrow avenged you. Fiera, what's up? All right, good job, everybody. I'm gonna leave with my tail between my legs. I'm so much better with the controller, obviously, but I can't get it to work on the web with our current setup. So hopefully, once I gotta get Firefox or something going, see if I can get it working there. It's also possible that something else already has control over it. Valiant fight, GG. All right, Fiera, how you doing? Who have I forgotten to shout out? Tapper. Tappier, I haven't shouted out Tappier. Tappier 420. Okay, so we have the release focus going, so we're back on that. Let's go ahead and get all our commits going. So we got quite a few things we did today so far. Okay, mineable blocks. Let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit. Too much. Too far. Lazy Docker. Lazy Git's just amazing. It makes Git fun to use. I haven't used Lazy Docker though. I'm on Omarchy. Yeah. I've used Linux on and off for a long time. I've always used Debian for server stuff. And desktop, I've preferred XFCE for desktop windowing system for a long time. And this is the first time where I've seen something. This reminds me of the experience of developing, like with an Apple II or something back in the day, where you had a computer you could just turn on and go and start making something in it and not have to like get a bunch of stuff set up and like install your things or whatever. And so I like the experience so far. It's very reminiscent of that feeling of like having something where you can just make something with kind of turn just ready to go, turnkey or whatever. So I'm enjoying it so far. I'm not used to Arch at all, and I'm not familiar with the Arch and Wayland stuff and like Hyperland and all this. So it's all new to me. Walker is crashing Wayland sometimes when I oh really? I have problems with the lock screen where occasionally it'll just crash everything. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But it's only when I like leave the computer for a long time and it Bakanon. Been using Omarchi for months now and got annoyed when they changed all the keybinds. Oh, geez. Oh, God, I hope they don't do that to me. That's all muscle memory now for me. If that changes, I'm going to be a little distraught. It took me a while, too, to figure out how to get... They only just recently added it, actually, with Omarchi, which is like being able to pin a window so that it's on any workspace, which is really nice. So like you can get a video playing somewhere and then just pin it, and then when I'm swapping around like this, it's just always in the same spot, which is cool. And I know I'm describing things that are already there for other, windowing systems and stuff, but it's that was like the one thing where I was like, if only it had this, and then an update came out like a week later and it literally was just there. So I was like, oh, okay, we're all set. NeoVim. I'm still learning it. I'm very bad with motions as far as like actually being conservative with keystrokes, but I can't, like, I'm used to it. And I find for whatever reason mentally just having a Vim session helps me think about programming just alone. And it's like a focused space for me. So I'm not going to shit on anyone's workflow though. Whatever works for you. I mean, everyone's, it's like a carpenter going into someone else's shack and then complaining about they can't find where the tools are and shit. It makes no sense to me to bitch about someone else's like preference, Except Unity. Yeah, F Unity. Except Unity. 100%. TRES, what are these for? Block and transparent?
So you're just an old hacker like me, but disguised as an idiot.
There's a pug outside my door. That example totally is based off real life at all. It isn't. Is it? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Release focus after button press. All right, we're going to get rid of this realm stuff that I did. All this we can get rid of. Okay. No, I'm joking. That's me and Sorrow joking. Do I want a chicken quesadilla? Sure, I'll have one. No, I don't care. I mean, look. Okay. I don't think there's a winning formula when it comes to which engine or whatever, or no engine or anything like that, as far as success for selling a game. I do think that people who roll their own tend to be the ones that you see that are huge successes are very usually some weird thing where it's just like the reason why you see that, I think, like Balatro being Love 2D and Lua, or, like the, Into the Breach and their stack, and anything else that you can think of where it's like, this is a weird kind of confabulation of things, is because those people knew they wanted to make something and they had an idea of what it was and were very focused on that. That, I feel like, is the first thing that's finally happened to me with this project in particular. And so I think that's the winning thing. But again, the market speaks the way it does, and sometimes you could make an amazing game that doesn't hit anybody. and like, but I'm kind of going on a little bit of a spiel, I guess. Nothing to do with that anything you guys said in particular, but I do think that you know, I'm guessing that you could go back throughout the history of mail-in floppy disks and people mailing floppies to people in Ziploc bags and everything. That there's some game out there that if you looked at it through a lens of today, you'd be like, oh my God, that's this game years before it came and was popular. So there's something about timing as well with any of this stuff. Let me check out your picture here, Bach. Everyone's sharing their riced out. This is another reason why I went with Omarchi is I didn't have to do any of this. It just was ready to go. But I do like the Hyperland config format and everything. I really like it. I like your color scheme. It's nice. Yeah, I like the little the circle. Oh, you can put your so something like the weather here, is this just a plugin? That's pretty sweet. Have you guys seen that meme going around on Reddit right now with the running story of the guy who it's a fake thing, but it's funny because it just keeps growing. It's the guy who he was a savant CSS programmer who insisted on having Arch Linux and ultimately got fired for it. And it's written straight, like it sounds like a real thing. And then the story just continues where somebody else submits something and it's from the perspective of a boss who had a worker who insisted on having Arch, and like and then it's like the parent of the son who was a CSS amazing CSS programmer who got fired from their job, and it just was like it goes on and on. It's so funny. All right. All right, we're all caught up here. I've been working with Unity for 4 to 5 years in AA and AAA studios, and I can't even look at that editor. Also, job market sucks in Poland for Unity devs right now. Interesting. ProtonDB is doing a great job. Yeah, I just figured out the trick to getting most of the Proton stuff working on here. There's just a simple command for forcing Wayland support that seems to work, along with using the right Proton. Sarah. Why do you think the Unity market's so bad right now in Poland? I don't know how to resize. Oh, it's this. Here we go. Sorry, I'm adjusting my windows over here. Okay. All right, if you'll excuse me, I need to use the restroom. I'm going to grab some tea, and we'll be back at it here in just a second. I'll be right back. Loans for companies are not cheap, and a lot of crappy studios are closing right now. So it's like a retraction. Yeah. It might just be an overall sort of market change. I'll be right back. You know what? I'm gonna grab some socks. I gotta get a sweater on. I'm chilly. We finally got our first cold snap for the winter. So everything's all just suddenly cold. It's been unusually warm. And then we're supposed to have like that polar vortex thing going on. So that's gonna hit us. Enterprise Java beans. Dude, PHP and Java is where it's at, man. If you just want a steady paycheck. That or you start learning some weird ass like COBOL or some ancient language that nobody knows anymore. That's still in banking. Do some banking. What's the AS400 programmed in? Something like that. Some Godot at my job for my private project. Nice. Godot is kind of a joy to work in sometimes. Sometimes it cannot be. I'm freaked out about releasing a game in Godot from the perspective of any Godot game that gets major success. There's some of the same complaints about random green screens and just weird stuff that's like an engine level, like a draw or something like that. And that's where I'm like, ugh, I don't know about that. I won't be able to play it today, Obsidian. I haven't been able to stream in a while. But if I stream this weekend, I'll definitely check it out. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know Friday's usually my day. Good just pecking away at it. Okay. We're going to let's plot out everything we kind of need to do today to get this going. Um player jump. Camera direction. Camera direction, player jump. HP bar. Sim update, sim tick update. Mind HP. Player jump, camera direction. The camera direction's actually kind of a weird one. I think though the other thing, Sorrow, even though yeah, it was probably I didn't know enough about like the dev scene from Unity to really understand the entire spectrum of that. I think it spoke to the general that there's a portion of the market with Unity that is afraid and distrustful of Unity. Wasn't it also the way that it was sort of brought up or put out there that didn't do them any favors? Does my microphone have a name? No. I did put some eyeballs on him. Oh no! I got rid of an eyeball. It's an AT 2020. Hang on. Let me put that back on there. Shh. It's okay. Look at what I've done to my boy. Look what they did to my boy. Oh, yeah, the runtime. Right. Yeah. It was the CEO that was. He was in an interview. Yeah, he was saying some things not very weirdly unmedia trained sounding stuff. There's a semi-cavalier attitude to it. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so you combine that with everyone's ears and eyes are alert now. No, but I think it was more, he said something about they'll pay what they'll pay. Or I forget how he worded it, but he said something like, it doesn't matter what we would do. I think Sorrow, a lot of it was just worrying about the ground shifting out from under you, that you're dedicating a certain number of years to something and they can just change it out. I think that's the major concern. I think that was the root of the fear, because it was a fear response. Yeah, that sounds like what I'm thinking of. For now, I mean, I don't know. All right. I thought it was great. It was a microcosm of society, people getting upset at something that doesn't apply to them and would have applied to the big evil corpse, but getting blocked by the average Joe because of lack of reading. Didn't they ultimately kind of do exactly what they were going to do? They just sort of finagled a different way of doing it. Free to play mobile gacha games. Well, yeah, the Unity felt like they weren't getting their cut from that because it wasn't a charge game. Yeah. The irony is that Godot would enable that more. Like well, still, it's a pretty decent piece of software, in my opinion. Rendering API, custom render passes, etc. It's much more friendly than Godot's compositor effect, for example. Yeah, yeah. I mean, on Vulkan right now, Godot still won't batch draw 2D elements. It's my understanding. It hasn't changed. Input system is much better than Godot. I wouldn't know. All right. Player jump, camera reduction, HP bar, SimTick update. We actually need to be able to mine resource. Drop resource. Mine? What do you call it when you're mining a mine? Mine? Drop resource. Well, except that there are people that are forced to upgrade, though. Now, there was that. I mean, that was happening, though, Sorrow, with not being able to stay on your version of Unity. Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of yeah. They don't force you. No. Yeah. I mean, 3 is still being supported, though. Right. All right. Well, we all have our opinion. We all disagree. We've established nothing, and we're not going to change our minds at all. So. All righty. I think the general concern right now is that there are a dwindling amount of game engines that are of scale. And so I think there's a lot of it creates a fear-driven response Well, there's quite a few. I've talked to some developers that fork Godot on purpose because they want to do something specific. There's an entire I forget the name of the company, but they produce a lot of online games, web browser games that are using a fork of Godot. They have commercial success. They have a lot of employees. Again, I can't think of the name off the top of my head. I rated them one time. They don't stream a lot, but sometimes they'll do development on stream. Anyways, you guys can duke it out, but I do want you guys to follow the Thunderdome rules. 2 men enter, 1 man leave. So make your arguments and I'll ban one of you. No, I'm kidding. We should do that when there's somebody, if there's 2 people, I'm not saying this is happening right now, by the way. I'm not saying this at all. But if there's 2 people that are just being dicks in the chat, we should do Thunderdome rules and have them duke it out. And then one gets to stay and the other one gets banned. We should do that whenever, if we ever come across that sometime.
Want these? The extra one I made. Nobody ate.
Yeah, sure. I'll have it. All right. Let me get back to work here. You know what? Let's do the SimTick update first. We can do this for free. Yeah. I'll do the SimTick thing first. We're just going to cheat. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to have something get mined on its own magically, just with a timer. And then we'll work on getting the SimTick right for it. And once we have that, then we have a basic pattern. This will work for enemies as well. So we'll be good on that. Can I ask a question, Sorrow? Do you use Blender? Or are you on something else for 3D stuff? Just out of curiosity. Yeah. Timer. Never fork Blender. Right. Yeah. I mean, this is the same reason, Sorrow, what you're describing is that the Godot community wouldn't respond the way that the Unity did when people disliked the direction it went into, which I disagree with. Like, I think that's I think it's fair to say that if enough people in the Godot community were upset about a change that was going, that they would say, okay, we need to rethink this. But maybe not. Maybe they just say, screw it, we'll do it anyways. Maybe they have a better vision than majority of people. Maybe they can be more malleable and flexible because they're open source than Unity could because they're a publicly owned company. Maybe these things are all possible. Maybe that's why Blender is what it is now. Who knows? Who knows? All right. I here's an example of the stuff I don't like in Godot. That timer to connect to the signal for a timeout or a timer to finish is called timeout and not finished. What the fuck? I guess it isn't technically finished, but timeout really completes? I don't know. Something other than that. A lot of the naming stuff, I just have difference of opinion for naming things, I guess. Unreal, I mean, that Unreal is custom is guaranteed for AAA, I would say. I'm guessing that for the most part, Unreal is generally some form of custom element. I would also suggest that that's probably why they lean more Unreal in a lot of manners, is because of the ability to tailor it a bit more to their needs than maybe they can get away with in Unity. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I think they all have their merits. I do personally think that doing C# for game development is a strange choice. In terms of but that's just me. I think that it's a little I don't want to step in that, but there's a lot of pretty successful Godot games. I mean, there's a few that are raking in a lot of money. So I think the idea that there's like, I don't know. And also Godot is actually used as a, for instance, there's a couple of Sonic games that are out there that are using Godot. To launch, like if you have an old C game, a lot of those guys come back and put the game into Godot and use Godot as for the inputs and all of that stuff. They'll use Godot itself as the tooling to get integration with like their old game going and everything like that. So I don't know. Yeah. I mean, in Unity was a tough choice. Initially, there was another one that was out at the same time. My concern with Unity is the C-suite. That would be why I would avoid it. I think if you look at who's in their board, you know the future of Unity, and it doesn't look good. But that's maybe my opinion. But we don't have to look. I think this is arguing over tools. I think it's pointless. I think if we make a successful game, congratulations, and we should all be celebratory for that. But I think what we're doing right now is a console war, but for game engines. It's a waste of time. We don't have to do this, guys. But that's what you're doing, Sorrow. Put the sword down, Sorrow. Put the sword down. Please feel free to ignore my background image. Oh, no. Let me check it out. I totally missed it. I need a sound for that. Ooh. I'll take it, Sid. We'll get it in there. Give me a second. Oops. Where'd it go? There we go. It's done. Yeah, I do disagree with the argument that there's no one that there aren't commercial successes with Godot. What's that backpack one? That one's doing really good, right? Is it Backpack Battles? Is that the one? Or what's it called? Oh, well, if you want to requote it, I would like that. There's a lot I'd have to scroll back to see it. But I do know of quote unquote studios that are Godot. If that's the thing. And if whether or not a studio uses something is the credibility for it, then yeah, I guess if that's because we can always slice and dice it different ways so that one side is like the winning side. That were made on a hard fork. Yes. I know an entire studio that's done that. I can't think of the name right now. I could track it down. I've rated them so I could look through my rated history and find them. They employ like a couple of like I think it's maybe a 10, 15 team person thing and it's using a fork of Godot. They have an entire networking stack that they've built on top of Godot for it. They have dozens of games out. I don't want to spend time finding it. I'll do that offline. Sorrow, it exists, I'm telling you. You could take my word for it, or you could try and razz me. But I'm telling you, it exists. I rated them. I talked with the guy. I was talking to him. I was asking him a dozen questions. I was like, "You're using Godot?" I was like, you know, like, and I was watching him literally playtesting the game. They have a huge Discord. They have tons of customers. It's some networked web-based game thing. They're making a ton of web-based networked games. It's a bit almost like WarioWare, but multiplayer like challenges and stuff. But it absolutely is using a forked version of Godot specifically because I was asking him about the network layer. But anyways. And as far as Blender is concerned, I could see forks of Blender for Hollywood studio stuff. If that was happening. For utilizing like hardware tech and stuff like that. I could easily see that going on, but I wouldn't know. I could guess that it would be happening. Yeah, here's Wonderwall. All right, back to it. That would be a presumption, of course, but so let's update sim package. So we're gonna have references to players, and we're gonna have references to the mines, and this is how we'll be able to iterate on it. And then we're going to do the same thing with the mines, so we'll have a reference to this. Why did you switch from C# to GDScript? One of the main reasons was I wanted to work on a browser-based multiplayer game, and C# in the browser with Godot right now is non-existent. And it was an idea that I had that I really wanted to pursue. I like C#. I like compiled languages. I like that for game development. I'd prefer it. I wish that C# or Godot GDScript would compile. Would be a compiled language. ENet, no, it used a combination of WebSockets and WebRTC. Yeah, I didn't want to go back though. Obsidian. So it was a multiplayer game. C# in the web, yeah. It was a multiplayer game that used no, I didn't. You wouldn't need to fork Godot 3 because it's still being supported, Sorrow. It's almost like it's a fork of Godot already, Sorrow. Yeah, they are. They are. But I also just I think the next time I go back to a compiled language, it'll be memory managed. If I'm doing it for a game. Or I'll be managing the memory. I won't have a garbage collected language. Yeah. Tested Rust. Dear God, man. Jesus. All right, let's open up the game code. Rust is hardcore. Found a swap file. Why is it not asking me to, usually it asks me. It's very easy to develop with. Oh. Apparently there's a path to code in C++ and Godot. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that right now. But any language, really, you can do in Godot. But yeah, I've seen right now. Actually, I could give a shout out. Yeah, the core of Godot is C++. Let me do a shout out to PK. God bless it. What's his name, guys? I always forget. He's got some number. Never have numbers if you're a streamer. Don't put numbers in your streaming name. PK421. Vex. I think for you, Vex, it's a little different. Oh, that's not how you shout out. PK's done some work in C++ in Godot as far as doing a game that way. Anyways. What I love is that there's enough people who disagree with each other now in the chat that they can just do that. And I should be able to just ignore it. I got to stop looking. Because it used to just be me and one other person. But now it's like, yes. Go on. Proceed. Oh, it's not me now. Oh, man. I should just feel the flames and always play devil advocate to any position. All right. So now we need to have our mines. You know, they say a mine is a Terrible thing to waste. This should be in the game, not. My mind is long gone, wasted. So we're still read only. SimPacket mines. So now with SimPacket, this goes over to networks. No, it's under unreliable packet. Okay. We'll do that. And now where we'll go to. Yeah, everything seems fine there. Okay, so far so good. Is the game still going to work? Let's see if the game's just working still. We shit the bed. Too many arguments for updated server 38. We're golden. And I need to know some of the, does anyone here know the Hyperland or Wayland commands for Windows? I want to tile these windows when they start. What parameter do I pass to the executable in order to make that happen? Does anyone know in Wayland or Hyperland what those commands would be? Start server on line 69. It's complaining now. On network 69. Nice. Nice. Release focus. Why are we bitching about that? What is it mad about? That's weird. I wonder how that changed. That would be Hyperland. I do not. Tile or float. Let me see. I think I think there's another one. Let me open up another I think I had this somewhere. How do you get to config? Swear to God. What is happening? Are we not? Oh. Hyperlink. I swear I did this somewhere. I'm on a spinning hard drive, so sometimes things just I swear I did something about this with monitors. I did it on my laptop. Let me go grab it real quick. All right. The GPU I have is in the about section on my about part of the. I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not one of those nerds anymore. I used to be. I don't even know. Win, alt, and space. Oh, okay. Good to know. Thanks, Bach. I had to do all kinds of wild stuff on my laptop to get the Godot to run. Single window. Is that no? That's a Godot flag. Hang on. All right, starting it up. What? Damn it. I had it in here. No, I don't have it. So what is dash dash single dash? Oh, it's Godot. It's a Godot. Hang on, let me try it. It's a Godot command. Such an idiot. Okay, customize run inches. Let's try this. Dash dash single window. All right, let's see what happens. That did jack shit. There might be a run command for Godot to tile it. But I guess not. Probably not, right? So we have to cache this with a hyperlink config then, right? I think it's changed twice since you've been here, Nymphis. What's the name of the window player? Let me see. How do you bring up the window? Is it with grouping? Cougar would catch it if we did a check for Cougar. So if we did window rule tile and then all the regexes that you had, Bach, we could do it that way. Yeah, so it's Cougar. So can I just put this anywhere? See, I don't know how. I'm not familiar with Omachi or Hyperland enough to know what is Omachi and what is. There's the basic Hyperland config here, but this just points to a bunch of other sources. But I'm guessing I can add additional rules here, like just like this. And then do I have to do Hyperland? Oh, I didn't like the parameters. Parameters, I mean. Didn't like that. All right. Let me try that. Windows rules.config. I don't see that one. But there is Windows. But that doesn't even have a... That's wild. It's pointing to it, but it doesn't exist. It's under share. So it didn't like the regex. Invalid parameter. And it's complaining about the regex itself. Title. There we go. All right, we're not complaining anymore. Do we have to do hyper control reload? Or what is it? All right. Cross your fingers. Damn it. It is called Cougar. Oh, it's Cougar capitalized. So does it have to be an exact name match? I'm so out of date with... regex is one of those things every time I use it, I have to relearn it. Do we need like an asterisk? It's Cougar parentheses debug. We could do that. I could do the whole damn thing. Do you do double parentheses or / parentheses to escape? Dot star. The parentheses, do we need that for the... I understand the or there. Try it again. Urgh! I'm spelling it right, right? Right. Everything that starts with N. Star. Starts with Cougar and anything else. Hell yeah, it's all about cougars. Very wealthy cougar falls in love with you. Well, I would expect them to be it is title. Tile's a window. Oh, it's parentheses star. Does this work? How does it work in Windows itself when you do debug? I forget. Do you see multiple windows open with their names in it? Or is this a window inside of Godot? Do I need to do single windowed mode in my Godot editor in order for it to... Yeah, single window mode is on. Let's disable that. This might break things for me. Okay. That didn't do it. I mean, I know it's /debug. Like, that's the actual thing right there. That's the full window name. No joy. That's the background. We're not tiled anyways. But if these were tiled, they would have split out like that. So. Well, we'll just let it go for now. We'll come back to it, though. I'm getting a little distracted. It should be the title of the window. But I do see window rule class. What is class? A matching Windows class. That's KDE, yeah. There's got to be a way in Hyperland to query list the windows, right? Get open Windows list. Not Hyperland to Wayland. Clients. Hyperland control clients. All right, let's do it. We're going to run it. And then I'll just open up Hyper control clients. There it is. Window Cougar debug. Window Cougar debug. So there it is. class is Godot. So do we want to add class to it? Is that what we want to do, boys? Might be a good thing if it does. But these might be cumulative. Damn it. All right, let's run it again. We had this here. Class. This says class cougar. Wait a minute. Can I just do it on the class cougar? Jesus. What the fuck? Can I just say class cougar and be done with it? For now. What are the chances something else is going to have that? Hey, we got it. All right. Okay. Yay, this is going to help debugging go so much faster. Now, if we can just get debugging in Godot with NVim, if we can get DAP rolling, holy shit, we would be set. We're officially a racing stream now. Hell yeah. So now we can start, we can move around, we can connect. There we go, multiplayer. Let's go multiplayer. Okay, now we're going to get back to work. That was a nice little distraction. We kind of needed a palette cleanser for all the what would we call it? YouTube debate me bro moment that we had there. Okay. Damn it, Sorrow. Did I get a, no, I didn't get a, okay. Okay. So let's continue on our journey. Window close, or window delete, right? Cannot close the last window. Really? I didn't know that was a thing. And this is our inputs here. So that we'll do the same thing here for, okay, so we're going to do the sim packet. We're going to set up a timer to, on the timeout. Let's do a breakpoint on it, just to make sure we're hitting it. And before we connect, we set the timer time. What is it called when you have a timer? I don't even know, bros. Rolled timer. Let's just do one shot, auto start, wait time. We'll do 5 seconds. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to manually set it up so that one of these resources gets quote unquote mined in that time. We should hit this breakpoint here in 5 seconds. So just let it roll. All right, so that's working. So now here, we're just going to pick one of the mining resources, which we haven't built. And actually, Yeah, it's fine. No, but see, we wanted the array in game. Game. Or should we have it in world? Let's do it in world. We'll try that. I don't know, boys. I don't know. Maybe we're gonna have not some in some in others. I don't know. I don't know. But in the meantime, so game starts, so then we're gonna say blah 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 blah. So we're gonna get main world mines. Okay. Oh shit, what happened? Oh, WQ. Wait, how do we get back our last window? There's a way to do this, guys. How do we do that? Buffer? No. What is it? What is it, guys? Q, quit. Restore last session, L. Hey, we did it. All right, and we got rid of that buffer too. It was causing us problems. Okay, so that's all set up. So now that we have that set up, what we're going to do is when we hit that timeout, we are going to mine one of those resources, and we don't have mining, so we need to iterate on mining for mineable for mineable in mining get children we're going to say the array mines append mineable. Okay, so we've populated the array mines with the damn it, I did it again. Why am I Q? Oh, it's because I was Q saving so much. It's like in my brain now. What is it? WQ. Just kept hitting that. And now that's all that my brain is thinking about. Ugh. Okay. Yeah. So we have our list of our mines. We're just going to pick the first mine here, and we're going to say mine, baby. So let's go like this. We're going to split and bring over mineable. Drop loot to a player. Let's just say it's and we'll assign the HP initially here to 1. All right, hit value HP plus minus value minus equals value. And here's where we would throw an animation and be like, oh, if HP is less than or equal to 0, then we say drop loot for now. And then we would animate. Now, this is probably actually all we're going to do is like this. We don't need to even do drop loot. We say pass here to do drop loot. Okay. So loot drops. Do we want to make it where a mine drops loot for everybody? Or do we make it where it's only for the person who got the winning hit? Or do we make it where it's divided amongst people who are mining at that given moment? I don't know. Those are gameplay design questions that I'm not ready to answer just yet. Timeout. And then we take a mine. Mines. First index. Hit for 1. Okay. So all of this is happening. Our ticks are going to keep happening, whether or not we're mined. So HP less than or equal to 0, we say it is mined. Mined equals true. Do we start out at false then? Empty? Do we call it empty? Unavailable? It's still going to be there, but the resource is going to be gone. And then we're going to have a counter and have the resource come back later. A lot like an MMORPG. So some sort of timer will trigger. This will trigger some sort of timer to bring it back. Let's hit the breakpoint here though. So we should now hit this breakpoint in 5 seconds. Could not find type, parse error, world. 7. Mine's mineable. Are you serious? What? What are you talking about, bro? It's right there. Do we have to reload? There's some weird... There we go. All right, and we hit the brake. That's good. Okay. We're going. Okay, so we're hitting this. Empty is set to true. Oh shit. I did it again, guys. Damn it. Okay. This is a bad habit I just started. I'm so used to using Vim to edit server config files that WQ is just my go-to. This is always what I did. It's like, I need to change this line here. Done. Yeah, so we're going to drop some loot animation thing, but right now the main thing we want to do is swap out into a mined-looking resource. We can do this the lazy way. I'd like to do it. We're going to shift the UV on this so that it becomes the grade 1. But the guy who made these assets didn't set it up in a way. Well, I don't think so. No, because he painted with the yeah. So no, we can't do that yet. So I guess what we could do is we could just have the other there's like a couple of ways we could do this, but the dumb way is to all right, we're going to do it the dumb way. We'll call it empty stone. This is really inefficient, but it's fine for now. Preload. Okay, and then we need to get it. So let's find that stone. Okay. So now we have an empty stone and I guess what we'll do is we'll just cache this on each one. This is really bad. Don't do this. Var stone. And this is technically mineable. Oh, shit. Let's just do it as a mesh. Oh, no. Oh, no, guys. Oh, shit. This is weird, what I'm about to do. Mr. DeFurry, how's it going? It's going good. It's a very Christmassy font there. Feels like you need to be saying season's greetings. Oh, should I bring back the snow for the stream like we did that one year? Somebody find me a good snow green screen video on YouTube. Thank you kindly. I guess what we could do is just do the mesh. So let's make stone just a mesh. We won't make it root type mineable. So we're just going to be a node 3D. How about we just say nothing? How do you change it to nothing root type? I guess you can't. And we're not going to have an import script because we just want to be this mesh. We're going to re-import it. And now to confirm, let's just drag a stone in here. And we'll look at it. Okay, yeah, so it's just a mesh. So if we just hide our existing mesh. So we know it's stone with copper. See, this is the current problem right now is... Might have to do this on the import snow. Oh, we just need green screen snow. Just green screen snow. No. This is green screen snow. No sounds either. Is this obnoxious if I do this? You guys gonna get mad at me? I guess if it's more subtle. I just the chances of me being able to track one down are thin, Obsidian. So I'll key it out. Yeah. I can make it very transparent. Okay, so YouTube video downloader. Does this have sound? We just have to make sure it doesn't have sound. Well, I guess I can mute it. All right, we'll get this. We're doing full. Nah, I'll make it tasteful. It'd be cool if I could procedurally, we could do a Godot thing to make the snow. If we wanted to be really wild. Did it do anything? Damn, 30 megabytes. 30. Just about. It's going to take like 8 years to download on my connection. Tasteful, no bush. Excellent. Sounds like a beer commercial. Our beer is tasteful with no bush. No foamy bush. Mature. Rich cougars. Oh, God. I think I have one that's only 604. Yes. Bushless. Bushless baked beans. Empty stone equals empty stone instantiate. Is it instance? It's instantiate, right? Empty stone instantiate. I guess we should add empty stone should be visible false. Oh my God, I don't know how to spell anything right now. False. I think the LSP's busted. Because we're not getting any hints right now. Empty stone is visible. Add child. Empty stone. Okay. So that'll throw the mesh on there. I don't like this, and we're not going to do it this way when we actually make the actual assets. It's a transparent BG. Oh, sent it to me on Discord. Nice. Let me get on Discord there. Discord. And we wait, because I'm on the spinning hard drive, and Discord is very fat. Discord is like a meaty-ass program. It's like, hang on, I got to start a whole web server before we can even show anything. Okay. I like how it doesn't ask me where it... I don't know where it downloaded to. Where did it download to? I have no idea where it put it. Christmas snow. Here it is. I might not be able to... Oh! Very tasteful. That looks pretty good. Where did it go? Oh, we got to loop it. Hang on, we got to loop it. Should we have it in the background behind my camera or in the front? Now, do I go full obnoxious like last year and we do the Christmas lights and the whole shebang? Me gusta. More. All right, we'll slowly add it. You know what we could do? If I can get the timing of the video to be slightly off, we could just double up on the snow amount. I could change the speed. Hang on. Hang on. More. How do we, do I copy and then I paste a duplicate? Not a reference. Oh, I'm going to, oh, it looks like someone else has snow here. Damn it, they're the same. But we could go with a really fast snow. All right, so we'd have to double up on it. I'd have to drag it in a couple of times. And then we could just, I could double the snow amounts. Okay, we don't want to mess around with this too much. Obsidian tends to blow its brains out when you start futzing around with it while it's streaming. Okay. So we've got our empty stone here. And if our HP is 0, we're just going to say, we need a reference to our other mesh. I mean, it's the first child. We're just going to trust that we can do this right. It's technically the first child. Mesh instance 3D. Dude, why is I have no autocompletes right now. Okay, so we have a reference to mesh instance. We're going to say get child. So mesh equals get child 0. And then we say here, and we go like this. We say mesh dot visible. Visable? God, that doesn't look right. False. And empty stone is visable. That can't be right. Let's run it. Don't save. Line 14 on ready. Doesn't like 14. GG. Visable. It's visible. Just like that. Is that really it? There's no way. Empty stone. Instantiate. This is a node 3D. Could not parse. So now we're totally hosed. Dude, I'm losing my mind with visible. Visable. It's like when you're writing a college essay, and then you're like, how do you spell the? Dude, what is going on right now? How do you spell the? Line 7. Hey, we're back. We have all the yelling. It's yelling at us. This is what we want. Expected end of statement. Oops, we're declaring empty stone is a node 3D. Visable. Vis. Oh my God. All right, we got it. Shut up. Everyone just shut up. I don't want to hear it. Oh, you guys are so smart. You know how to spell. Blah, blah, blah. I know how to spell. At least I know how to spell, Cricket. Son of a bitch. I don't want to hear it. All right, let's do a breakpoint on this. At least I know how to spell. Nerds. See, I was the worst kind of nerd. I couldn't spell. And I was a nerd. That's the worst combo of just being dumb and nerdy. It's not good. All right, so stone with copper is hidden, and stone is not. Okay, so we know this is working, and for the others, we're okay. All right, so this should work. So now we have a way of hiding our... We swap out the mesh, and we put the other one in there, and it's like, oh, the resource is mined. And it's dried up. Can mine if HP is greater than 0. I guess we just return empty. Can mine. Hit. Although hit. Can mine we set. Yeah, that'll work. Empty. Can mine. I think those are probably all we need. So now we need, let's go back to the player controller. We got to get the camera motion, camera movement going. Giant up like my love life. And an illiterate nerd who attracts bare, rich cougars, bushless ones. Oh, oh, my God. Oh, Lord. Oh, what are my kids doing? I'm not hearing yelling and screaming right now. Bach, thank you for the follow. Why didn't I hear any sounds? I must have been away when it happened. I like my sounds. I like the little sounds that come out of the machine when certain things happen. Okay, so we'll get rid of stone. And now I guess we could do the player controller. We could go over there, or we could work on the simulation state. This should be fixed now. Could not parse, but you can now, right? Hello? Quit. Quit all. Quit. Restore last session. LSP is crapping out. Some weird problem right now. Let me quit all. Let's do this. RM temp. There's nothing locked here. That's the thing. Okay. No Godot pipe. No. She's just angry. I don't know. On attach error. Vim failed to start. I don't know. LSPs. Anyways. And we are... Everything's running. Okay. So we need to be able to move the camera around so that we can move our character around. Or do we just do movement? Yeah, we can move. We just can't look around. Oh, yeah. Okay. So let's add that. So go over here and we'll close that out and we're going to look at mine to mine is technically done. Drop resources, we're all set up for that. Really simple stuff for the code for now. Lord knows he's probably getting all weird. Camera direction, so we also have a problem right now. Player movement tied to camera direction. So that's, everything needs to be relative to the facing direction of the camera. And right now that is not what is happening. Let's look at the player controller. Okay. Input here. Transform basis. Why are we not happy right now? Oh. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay. So this is right for our character's rotation. Input dir. Transform basis. What is the problem? I'm guessing that I'm guessing we are getting the wrong. Oh my lord. Okay. Okay. So we're just off. So north should be 6. Okay, so this will solve that. 7. Then we wrap around. 1, 2, 3. And don't worry about this. It's just because I'm an idiot. 5. Ignore all of it. There we go. Okay. So now we just need to have the input tailored to the direction of the camera. Because right now it doesn't translate to that. So okay, that should be pretty straightforward to handle. I scooch out of here. Have fun with the project. Hopefully, I'll catch your gameplay stream. Love to see you try mine. Until then, yes, Obsidian. I will play it. Hopefully this weekend. If I can get a stream in this weekend, I'm definitely gonna play it. But I do like to do it when you're on the stream. So hopefully, I'll catch you. Okay. So we're good here. Let's go ahead and commit. Oh, geez. Look at how much junk we just sort of develop over time. It's wild. Fixed issue with input. Okay. All right, Nick, have a good night. Okay. So now we have to take into account the camera rotation. Is it as simple as applying? Let's take a look at our camera right now. It's our Y rotation on the camera, right? So do we just rotate our input direction by the Y? Around the, so that angle that we use is the Y rotation of the camera. So do we have a reference to the camera in some global somewhere? It is here. So if we go back over here, we have direction. What does this rotate to? This does absolutely nothing. Direction is a fact 3. So do we take all right, let's see. Now it's going to move everybody all at once. If this works. Hey! Oh. No. No. Something's not right. Ugh. All right, let me just look this up. Because this could be one of those things where I spend way too long trying to figure out the math of it. And this is third person. AI, baby. To make the player turn with the camera, rotate the player's y-axis by the same amount as the camera's yaw rotation. Okay, so it's not the input direction that we care about. So I had it right the first time. So what are we bitching about? Yaw rotation. So I'll just do the full rotation of the camera. What are we mad about? Argument 1 should be a vector 3, but is a vec 2. Oops. Why? Cannot find member rotation. Are you kidding me? What are you talking about, bros? It's right there. Well, what's it called? Do I have to get base? Is it basis rotation? What the fudge? Come on now. This is a Node 3D. Gotta be rotation. It's right fucking here. What are you talking about? All right, let's double check main. Maybe main is argument 2 should be a float. Okay. So then rotation Y. What are you talking about? Can't find. Bro. World is world. World is a Node 3D. And I mean, our Phantom camera would be a Node 3D. In base vector 3. Property rotation. What the hell is the problem? Cannot find member rotation. Rah. Oh, is it direction rotation that it's talking about? Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing this whole time. Well, okay. Because it's a vec 3. So we have to rotate the vec 3. There we go. I'm an idiot. Pogorli, how's it going? It's doing jack shit still. Rotate it on Y. Let's spit out the camera rotation while we're doing this, just to make sure we have a number that is changing. As a matter of fact, let's do it this way. We're going to do direction and rotation. Come gather on, people. Eat some Taco Bell. It's delicious and makes you quite gassy. Now I know my dinner plans. People blame the burrito. What are they? They blame the beans in the burrito. But it's really the soda from the fountain. They never clean those fountain heads. And for that, you are a crabbin'. Okay. Something else is moving our character. I'm almost confident of it right now. Let's go. Let's do this. I always forget how to do the visualizer, what's that insert mode? So do you want to remember the Lazy Vim, how to do a comment, line comment? G? G? So if I say G3C, no. GC3C? No. GCC. That toggles 1. G C. There's a way to do multiple 3 GCC. Okay, so if I did 6 GCC, there we go. Okay, so 7 GCC. There we go. All right, cool. So now we can easily comment and uncomment lines of code. He's beginning to believe. Okay, so that was moving our player. Okay. Now, why is the direction doing jack all? Because we definitely have, let's look at the doing plus equals on the position. Let's print both things here. We're going to print, let's go like this. We'll say direction, dir, rot, and pause. And then we have dir, rot, and pause. So this is all the math that we're using right now. Let's try again. Because I don't need to close and reopen like I'm doing. We only really need one window open too, so let's close all this crap out. And I guess I could open, can I open this up in a separate window? No, it doesn't let you do that. Something's different though. Or not. Position. And we are changing what? Let's go over here. We're doing move and slide. And we don't need to do that either, because we're not even doing that yet. But I think what we want to do is take we have this move toward.
The library.
Bye, Papa.
Bye, sweetheart.
Papa.
Bye, you too.
Bye.
Bye. Love you. Give me a hug. You guys gonna have fun at the library? You gonna listen to Mama? Okay. You gonna find a friend to play with? Yeah. It's gonna be cold. Not gonna be able to go outside. Well, I guess it depends.
Well, no, because Gemma's gonna be in book club.
You're gonna be in book club.
Give
All right.
Papa a hug. Woody?
All right, handsome. Okay. What time do you think you'll be home?
Maybe about 6 or so. Book club's 5:30. Gemma, probably 6:30.
Okay. All right.
Wait.
All right.
Okay.
See you guys. I'll see you out. Okay. Let's see. Position plus equals. What is going on here? Okay, so that's not doing anything. But we do have direction. I mean, we could try move and slide. It's just that I think that we have to move away from physics in order for the simulation with netcode to be real solid. This is weird. Has nothing to do with rotation. Still not doing it. All right, let's double check. Let's find an example. Again, I think it's very likely that I'm just doing something wrong. The camera's forward vector. So basis? So camera's basis? Negative camera global transform basis Z. Camera forward. Even this seems overdone and wrong. I think we can just take I think it's just the basis. I rotate the camera. Dude, I hate 3D math sometimes, or any math in general. Just makes me want to. I used to be able to think this through. Input directions, rotated, vector up, rotation Y. This is exactly what I was fucking doing. What is it different about this, though, is that we are translating to something called direction already. And in here, so there we're using basis. And then we normalize, right? They're not showing it, but we would. Rotated. Vector 3 up. Main world phantom camera rotation Y. Okay. But now our movement is relative to vector, so we don't need I'm not sure what the Y would do. Camera, base, rotation Y. Now, is it possible that Bro, I feel like I'm losing my mind. I've done this so many times and it's worked every time. Is this something to do with the net stuff? I'm stuck on something simple right now. This is the worst. It's your mommyable. I'm so stupid. So we have our vectors. I'm literally doing. This is exactly what I'm doing. Let's try moving the position manually. Do I have the right value? Is what I'm doing good for the company? Am I helping the company? Oh, God. That's how I know people lurk. Thanks for letting me know, Greg. This whole time, you guys have been watching me struggle in silence. Bros, I do not understand. How do we translate angle back to degrees? Degree to rad. Rad to degree. It's weird. It's not giving me that as a... Rad to degree. It's not populating that. Okay. We're getting a hint. It's a clue we'll need for later. Okay. So now that's a real number. Why wasn't it before? That's weird, right? Let's do run instance. We're going to do 2. God bless it. You know, the other part about this that sucks is I still have to do the netcode for translating this over. So that's going to be a whole nother thing that I still haven't actually. So it thinks I've only rotated it like a couple of degrees. Are we sure that it's grabbing the right axis? Something's not right here. Let's try this. We're going to go over here. Let's highlight the camera. Move it around. So there's us moving the camera around. There's the camera moving around. And now if I press forward, we should go forward relative to the camera. We fucking not. Ugh. Now what's weird is I am seeing a rotation of 96. But when we're asking for that rotation, we're getting -6. How is that possible? Am I getting something else? We have a spring arm here. Oh, it's this son of a bitch. I bet you. I bet. Where are you? World Phantom Camera. Camera 3D. Bless it! There's the problem. There's the damn it. This whole time. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. Okay. We found it. Jesus. I thought I was losing my mind. Oh. Okay. We should have it fixed now. No, it doesn't. Oh, we haven't picked... okay. Relax, relax. I'm going to assign the camera. All right, now we roll it. God damn it. How is it still? Now we have the right degrees. But our direction isn't being applied around said rotation. Try not to yell. Input dir. Rotated. Rotate. Oh, that's because we're only doing it on the print. Well, that was like an hour down the drain, guys. I thought I was losing my damn mind. But... okay, here we go. This is it. There we go. Jesus. Jeez Louise. Deborah. Okay. Now we need to get the player rotation to match that, etc. And so on. We want the player rotation to rotate around our direction. That's why we had that rotate. Rotate. Okay, so let's go back a bit. And this was the rotate too. Okay, and then we're going to bring all of this back. Okay. Could not resolve class. Add player. What? I think it does win out again. Every time it happens, I have to do this. Okay. Could not resolve external class. Add player. Line 91 on network. Okay, so player controller's yelling. Ah! There we go. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. That's looking good. Let's go ahead and commit this before we go and screw everything up again. Okay, player movement around matches camera rotation. So our bigger problem with this is rotating the camera needs to constitute an input as well. So we're not processing that as an input in our packets yet. So what that means is, I can show you right now. If we host the game as a server, so we start the server here and we connect to the server here and we move back and forward, everything's correct. But the minute that I rotate the camera and then I move the player, our client, and wait a minute. Why is that working? This should not work. Oh, because it's mirroring the, because both of them rotated their camera. All right, well, let's imagine it didn't do that. We also, when we're testing here, we do need a way of grabbing multiple controller inputs. I need to have a controller for each client as a test. So maybe we could figure something out for the game code for that. Yeah, this is all about rapid prototyping and testing and stuff like that as well. So we need to come up with a solution for that. But I can tell you that that's going to be broken if we were truly two separate inputs. So like if I just got mouse movement as a way of rotating the camera, for instance, or if I did Q and E to do camera rotation individually, we would then see that behavior because we're not sending the camera rotation to do the calculation of the player movement as well. Locally, that's how it's being calculated, of course. But even then, anything that we're using to simulate on the local side, we should be doing on the remote side as well. So right now, the camera rotation should break the player movement. So we're not 100% on our sim. Just from that. So we're getting there, Bo. I wonder. Okay, well, in the meantime, we've got that worked out. Let's go ahead and do jumping. Process input. This is from the client. Now, we could collect inputs. We could collect inputs on more of a cycle. We really only need to send them on process or on frame tick. We only need to process them on frame tick. We only need to, if we send them on frame ticks, that would bring us down to only sending 60 a second. But really, does it matter even with the camera? And we are using process. If we collected our frame inputs on physics, we would automatically be on 60. Medusa. I totally missed you there, Medusa. Well, in the meantime, let's go run over. Well, we need to be able to jump. We need to be able to jump. So what we could do is collect our inputs. And there's some bad advice. Let me go grab the other game here. You know what? If we processed camera movement at a fixed amount, so you can have a rotate speed for the camera. So you're either rotating or you're not rotating. You're rotating one way or the other. And this would be specifically for the clockwise and counterclockwise from the cardinal, from the around the yaw. Up and down could be any speed. We don't care about that. But the yaw rotation is fixed. Then we only need to know when you started pressing the camera movement and when you released it. To calculate the movement based on that. That completely eliminates, and it becomes an entirely binary. It's one byte. Well, we need to know if we're rotating left or right. So we could have 1 bytes for determining the left or right direction and whether we are or we are not with another byte. So, 2 bytes. Sorry, 2 bits. It'd be 2 bits to do that with. So if we reserve 8 bytes for camera information for now, I think our input is what? Do we remember? Input packet are, right now we're using 2 bytes, so 16 bits. And then we have something called network input right here. Yeah, this is 16 about, we got 1 free here. So if we grabbed 8 more, we could use it for something. So we would have rotating camera, rotating, camera rotate equals 1 pipe. So that's our 16th bit. And then we say camera direction, or camera clockwise. So it's either rotating clockwise or it's not. So that's 17 bits. So that kind of sucks though, because that means we need we were doing 16 bits. What is value using? Value encode, resize 2. And resize is what? Bytes? Shit. This fucking sucks though, because that means player input. It's lame. So if we go back over to network, player input camera, I guess we'll call it. It's stupid. None. Do we need none? Because we are either, let's say, player controller. When we reconstruct, do we care about none? I don't think we need none. We're not testing for none. So if we got rid of none, I think we have everything. Oh my god. Go like this. Everything shifts by 1. So this becomes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And technically we're at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Damn, right packed into 16. Does this still work though? Let's see. Let's go over to input packet. What did I change here? var player input none. It's a init. We don't have to assign it initially though. It would be empty. It would be 0. It would be none. Let's see. Cannot find none. Last player input. Game. Clients. Last player input. Yeah, it doesn't need to be nothing. It's 0. Try it again. Cannot find none. I just changed this. Oh, I didn't save. Okay, so we're still golden. We have 16 bits. Now we have the camera, whether or not we're rotating the camera and the direction of the rotation. And if we fix the camera rotation rate, that'll solve our problem. This is why, okay. All right. This is not going to play well with a keyboard and mouse, I'll tell you that. Not the current approach. And, you know, my brain will cook on this for months until we figure out something better. While we're doing other shit. We really need to get it to where we're only processing. Oh, let's look in the background and watch that mine happen without us. Now we can move the camera. So this block here should just change color. It does. Okay. Skimner. It is Friday. Thank you. I was thinking about getting a mustache for him. So we need to get a white or a different colored foam thing. Should we just decorate our microphone like us? I could stitch hair in it and everything. I think that'd be a fun project for my daughter. Or my wife. Oh yeah, the streamer with a Muppet microphone. Let's do it. Instead of me wearing hats, we'll put hats on the microphone. How about that? We'll build cute little hats for it. Let's do it. Okay. I need this only to be in the case of testing, though. I guess we can have, we could have, a custom run instance, a command here. We have ID already. Oh, hold on. We have ID already. So let's do that. Clients. Now, how do we do this in Godot inputs? I guess we do P1 jump, P2 jump, all this stuff. what we'll do is the default is just P. The default is P, everybody. The default is P. Process, player input, and input camera. Input dir. Okay. We want to avoid as many if statements as possible here. We should collect inputs here. And we should have some globals elsewhere, somewhere for game. Now, if we did a lookup, is it cheaper to do that lookup or the comparison? I think we hash when we look up, right? Let's do it in config. So we'll have a static var diction player input lookup. We could do this one time too, instead of constantly referencing. But we'll just do it in array. This is wild. Or in a dictionary. We could do it with assignment. For looking up by string, and we go so like if we yank these ones here and go like this, and then we yank the other ones here like this. And then we go colon like this. Then we assign it. This is the fastest way I can think to do this. So we're still coding it. And there's got to be a way to write this too, where this is only for debug builds. And so I got to think about that later on. Because ideally, we're not going to do this when the game is production. Okay, so by default, when you look up, it's the same. So basically, if you're player 1, we're golden. Okay. And we're processing on server right now. No, we aren't. Okay. What's going on, cracker? We're just doing our thing. Must be under network. Yep. So we use network. Let's close all this crap for now. Close that. We're setting it up so we can control the game from multiple controllers. Each controller will control one of the multiplayer screens. Setting up my new phone, I just realized I get to delete so many contacts. What's happening? Big change? New job? I retired early. Doddle. What are you talking about, Doddle? I always figured you were like 30. You know what? Let's do the command line arguments processing way ahead of time. Let's do them right inside of main. And then we'll take those and give them. Let's start with 0. All right, buddy's age? I don't know. I'm somewhere. Was born in 81. Retired early. You lucky bastard. That's at least a 10-year timeout, I'm thinking. It only seems fair. About 10-year timeout, yeah. Damn, dude. I took a weird path where I was just like, yeah. That's nice, though. I didn't want to risk croaking between something like that. You know? Are you single? Okay. Um very, very lucky. Well, congratulations. It's funny, yeah. Project settings. So now we need to do, can we duplicate? Um so we have our ID and the config is static. So we'll match on ID. If ID is not, if ID is 2, then we're going to do this by hand. So we say config. And let's split it out. P camera left. Let's just call it config input. So it's smaller. P camera left equals P2 camera left, and so on. So we repeat this pattern. And then I need to go grab an Xbox controller. Or we can get this one to map. Dude, that's awesome though. Yeah, I kind of grew up poor, and I don't know. I guess it depends on how you look at life. But okay. So we have P2 left, right, up, and down. So if we're 2, we're going to match and change our config input here. So let's do a breakpoint here. We should hit this breakpoint once. Okay. So now we can configure our player 2 inputs to be for player 2 when we run pass ID 2 to it. Now we just have to create the same inputs in here. So add new action, P2 up, P2 down, left. I'm gonna need you guys to test with this with me ASAP though, bros. Let's go ahead and get Bluetooth going here. All right. So what are you gonna do now that you've retired early? All right, so select and B should get us to pair with a computer. I don't know how to find new devices though. Does anyone know? Game more, travel more. Nice. How do you scan on Omarchi? Still have lots of burnout. I guess I could physically plug this in. Let me do that. I'll be right back. I'm plugged in. I don't know if this controller can be wired. Where's that website? Does anyone know the website? Test controller. There it is. It sees it. No, that's the other one. That's this one, huh? Yeah. Number 2, none detected. So I don't think this one could be wired. I'm going to go grab an Xbox controller that I know will work. too. Um, God bless it. Even if I find a shitty ass, I think I have. I know I have a shitty ass wired one somewhere. All right, I'll be right back. Everyone's all retired. I'm gonna be working the rest of my life. Let's see. Ah, damn. It's the wrong kind of. No, I've basically been living like I've been retired for years now. Our lifestyle's very different than what most people's would be. Um, it's what I find fascinating is I'm watching people bust their ass off to be just as low like low means as I am. Like it's crazy. I'm just watching. It's like people have all this stuff and are barely getting by. All right, let me see if I can find a different cable. Okay. Do I have to refresh the page, I wonder? It won't let me. God damn it. What if I put it in pairing and then I plug it in? Is that how you do it? Oh, I got the wired. Okay, I got my second controller working now. Oh yeah, let's see. So now my other one's not working. That's ironic. Let's see. There we go. Sorry about that. Oh, the desktop audio was super low. Maybe that's why I wasn't hearing anything. We get it. You're a Giga Chad, Cricket. What? No. I don't have any money. I've never had money, Sorrow. I don't know what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying. The route that we've chosen allows us not to need a lot of money. I could have worked just as hard and had more, but also been as close to zero in like actual money every paycheck as the people that I'm seeing that are working like crazy hard. That's all I'm saying. No, I could have worked hard and just saved, but I did that to pay myself out of debt when I was young and then stop working for somebody else. So I guess in a way I did retire. I just chose to do other things. But I don't know. It's hard to know what retiring means other than you have enough money to live off of it and not do anything. Which I don't. So we're not there yet. But no, I'm doing the game thing. Ride or die, guys. I don't care what you say. Sorry. However, I should have really released something in the 6 years that I've been streaming. So That's my only thing where it's like, oh, I should have probably been more focused about picking something and going with it. But to be fair, 3 of those years, and the first 3 I wasn't streaming barely and working on it barely. And then the other 3 years when I wanted to dedicate it to it, that's when my mom got sick. And so that was just like a progressive, oh, we're going to the hospital all the time kind of thing. Don't do it strictly for money. That's what I'm doing, Doddle. That's what I'm saying. I'm ride or die. Yeah, but yeah, no, we're fine. Any of us can pick up a low income job and we're totally fine. If our house burnt down, we'd be in a different situation. Oh yeah, that's why I kept moving to different games. And I finally think I have a genre and a thing where I'm like, I could do that. I can see myself, as much as I'm going to hit these walls and these hurdles every time, in making anything, eventually hit some sort of thing. But it's like, okay, I think I can do this one. Yeah. But no, I'm pretty stuck on trying to make it work. I think there's make lots of small games, and it's like you could do that and also bring home nothing. But I do have an idea for a little tiny game, a teensy tiny game that I might try and get out at some point. I respect you doing the network code. If you add making a fun game the way Vedinad did with Megabonk. Is there a talk or something that they had, or is that just like the rumor mill? They already had a huge social following. Yeah, that's the big question for me is how do I do early development? Do I do early access or not? Is that a good idea or a bad idea for this? Okay, so we have set input. So just to confirm again, we're going to do a breakpoint here. Well, I appreciate it, Sid. I'm eager to get to a playable point with this. I just had the LLC accepted, so we're set on that. So I'm going to start working on the Steam, getting the Steam page and everything going, and then we can start working on integrating with the Steam netcode. And then it's so funny. Some of this stuff is so far away in the terms of like there's a lot of early work that I have to do to get this going. But I do want to be able to publish the PCK out there each new release and have the game automatically download it and patch itself basically. So I'd like to do development that way so that when I'm streaming and I have playtesters watching, I can literally just run an export, with the command line and then have that upload the PCK somewhere. And then I can say, okay, it's the new one's up, close and reopen the game and it'll download it. And then I'll just help iterate once I get it going. There's a lot to learn. Yeah, okay. No, for sure. I mean, I've definitely I don't think so. I think it's the opposite. I think some people hit gold with YouTube, and I think that some people spend a lot of time making YouTube videos for no reason. I think the danger with YouTube is you're advertising to developers. I think if I was to do anything on YouTube, I would follow the model from Road to Volstock or that snow sliding game that Greg was talking about. But using YouTube to advertise the game, not to advertise the development, not to advertise me as a developer. I think that's one of the mistakes is that. But I do think I think having a following is obviously a really good thing. But I have seen some guys who do a lot of YouTube videos that I don't know. It's so much time to make YouTube. Aramis does it in a really convenient way where he just talks to the camera. But the well-produced videos like Jonas and what's his name? The guy who did the climbing game recently. Is some of that's virality. I think there's a danger too, and for instance, like there was a video by I forget his name, but he's been successful making games, just grinding them out for years now. And he was talking about the advice to chase viral trends is really dangerous because he didn't explain it this way, but in my opinion, so the very term viral means that it's outside the norm and it's spread like crazy. And so those things are different for sure than typical success. I think the best way to grind success in game development is to produce assets. I think M could make a lot of money just every day just doing voice work and making music and sound effects and producing those as assets that people can download and use. And just doing that every single day, and eventually you'll I'm certain that like Kenny and some of these guys are doing pretty good. Um, yeah, yes and no. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't used anything AI, and everything that I've seen AI is like slop, and I know it's AI. I can tell it's AI, and I don't want to touch it. So, um, I haven't seen it like eat anyone's lunch when it comes to like sound effects or voice work or anything. You can't really direct it the way that you could a person. But maybe I'm totally wrong. Um, all right, let's see if we hit that break again. We did. Okay, so let's go ahead and record our inputs for these things. Joypad access. I thought there was different ones for different players. Left joystick. Wasn't there multiple players? Are we both the same player? What the fuck? I got 2 controllers plugged in. And they're both player 1? Yeah, make a YouTube for the game, post shorts, yeah. I'm way too early for that. As soon as I have, like, we're mining, we're walking, I got 2 people walking around, you know, all that stuff, that's when we'll hit it up. So this sees player 2 and player 1. What is Godot doing? Why is Godot not seeing this as player 2 and player 1? Let's try, how about this? How about we manually do the axis? Is there something? Ah, device 0. Oh. Okay. They're both device 0. Or are they? I don't know. We'll try device 1. Yeah, but inevitably we kind of all have to do like make decisions and decide what we're going to do with our lives and all that stuff. Post shorts on games, let people vote. Don't explain code. Don't talk to devs. Don't spend much time on posting them shorts either. I don't know. In my opinion, Muddy is doing things right when it comes to making a game. He has a real passion for his game. I agree. I didn't say he didn't. Stop putting words in my mouth, Doddle. No, my real problem is self-doubt. Stick up, stick down. Okay, camera up. Yeah. My fear, if my only fear with Mud is that he should be playtesting like all the time. That's my only concern, is the lack of playtesting. Find a game you're passionate about. Yeah, that's been my real problem, is the self-doubt creeps in and I'm like, I don't even like this. Like ultimately that's what it happens, is I go, fuck this, I don't like this. And so I just bail. Okay, so now we're doing rights. Player 2 rights. Device 1. Player 2 down. Device 1. Okay, so now we need to do a player 1. So if it is 1, we need to do 1. Okay, this makes sense. So now we need a P1 for all this shit. And then we should be able to parse individual inputs, but we still have a little bit of code to do. So now let me update the stream here. Adding gameplay. Setting up multiple controllers for testing. But we'll get there, guys. I'm always listening, and I promise you my entire life has been reading about game development and not doing it. Basically since I was like 12. No, I was programming back then. I really wanted to make games back then. But I just didn't have the self-confidence. I had I think I had the wrong sets of people to do. I don't know. I tried. But eventually I just got into the grind of having a job and just working, and just kind of fell into a cycle. Yeah. But I do want to be testing this all the time. And I think that's a good way to get an idea of interest. And I think that it's a game that people can play without me, and with others without me. I think is also hopefully a good way to start pulling in more playtesting. I'm wondering how far I can get without publicly showing anything. I would prefer not to have a Steam page until I have my own assets going. Dude, there's Breakout. Oops. These are all on the wrong side. Do Breakout. That's ID 1. And then I guess we can match ID 0. And that means we can set input after we do this. Our default set input is 0. And we could do this with enumeration. But against a hash table, so it should be wicked fast, yo. But I want, I don't know. We'll see. I can tell there's a certain thing that happens in the chat when you got something that seems like it's pretty good, where people start asking a different kind of question. And I had that happen with the dungeon crawler thing. And so that's what this really is going to go back to. That's funny. I just mentioned Breakout. Vanthamum, how's it going? Ball X Pit. Okay. Now we have to set up player 1 input. Is there a way that you can print out the device ID? Gotta be, right? Gotta be. Let's try it. Func process. Func input event. Device. There we go. Print device. Let's try this. I just want to see what devices these are registered as. So that's 0. Or this is 0. Okay. All right. So we are correct in our assumptions. Now we need to process the inputs accordingly. And I need to assign, I got to create player 1 as well. Justin, how you doing, man? It's coming, Vanthamum. We're working on getting it so we can mine resources. I would love to work on this. I just want to make games, guys. I would love to make games just 24 hours. I mean, that's the other thing is as much I want to make money doing it, but I just like doing it. And that means that like I would totally take up a job with somebody if I could. But I think I'm just too old to work in the industry outright. And frankly, I'm wondering if I dodged a bullet not even being a part of it. So player 1 up, player 1 down. Player 1 left. Player 1 right. Player 1 camera up. Oh, we spelled that wrong. Player 1 camera down. Player 1 camera left. Player 1 camera right. Yeah, killing us all. Thinking of making an economy game I could use to make videos. up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right. And then we're going to change it to all devices is now 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, and 0, and 0. Okay. So now we're going to take and go over to our client's code. I believe it's in clients. Yeah. And then here, we're going to replace this with config input like this. And then all we got to do is it's a lookup. And if we configure a different controller, it just looks up the input for that controller. Or, sorry, for that player. If we configure a different player. Guys, I think I'm going to put the bounce. We have a trampoline and we have enough room downstairs. I think I'm going to put it downstairs for the kids during winter. So they have a place to bounce. So that fucking wild the kids turn into like wild animals during the winter when they're cooped up. Did I do something wrong? There we go. All right. Let's see. Controller 1. Yep. Okay, we're all set. Look around. Yes, yes. This is controller 2, sorry. And then this one. Yep. All right. We're set. 2 controllers, baby. 2 clients and 2 controllers. Okay. This is going to be great for testing. And then if we only do one, let's just test to make sure it works with one. If we say no ID, then it should go no matter what controller I use. Oh. Nope, I broke something. No, that one went too. Oh, no, the bottom one is doing it. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. So that works. So now, when we pass that command -ID to -ID, it only listens to that controller. So, and we could do -ID 0 to listen to all of them. Dr. Captain, how you doing? I saw you join the Discord. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Yeah, I get angry. I get real angry. But I don't hate. That's why, like, the people that get really worked up about politicians, I kind of have to, I don't understand it. I'll be totally honest. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be a billionaire when I buy Brondo and Carlos Jr. Hell yeah. Doing well, planning birthday weekend shenanigans. Nice, nice. All right. So we're all set here. Let's go ahead and commit the code, boys. Anger, ladies and gents. I should just say ladies. All right, so clients, yep. Config, yep. We're gonna, yep. UI, yep. I don't know what that's about. Yep. Okay. Multiplayer inputs. And ID command line for other players for specifying player input. And then we have camera, rotate, and direction. Okay. So, now we got to do jumping. Jump around. Jump up or get down. But yeah, if it seems like I'm disagreeing with anybody, like for instance, if it seems like I'm disagreeing with anybody in chat or whatever, it's not that I'm angry or mad at anybody. So I hope, and it's not like I'm like, oh, that guy's a fucking idiot. That's generally not what's happening. Occasionally, there's a guy that I lost my shit on that one time that accused me of programming with an LLM. That really bothered me. That got my goat. Not that I judge anyone using an LLM or otherwise, but the fact that they wouldn't take my, because this is a pet peeve of mine, is I don't like, if I say I'm being truthful, I'm not lying. And that was the part that really got me. That's a pet peeve. I walked out, the only job I've ever walked out of, I got accused of lying. And I was like, you can check the cameras, but if you don't believe me right now, I'm fucking leaving. And he's like, I got to check the cameras. And I'm like, here's my apron. I'm out. Bye-bye. I'm trolling. I got rage baited. Yeah, I mean, it was funny. They said they were watching me for weeks or whatever, and I was spending too long on one thing. It's like, you could just go watch somebody else. It's like, I could watch 1 million people, and I'm so successful and have all this stuff, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, all right, dude, and bye. Like, I don't know why you're watching me. I'm a complete idiot. Like, there's way smarter people out there to watch if that's what you're here for. They're coming to debate. Possibly. Who knows? You seem to keep your cool better than I do. Nah, not offline. I lose it a lot. I always apologize when I get upset. And generally, there's like really only 2 scenarios that I get kind of peeved about. But I do have a bit of a temper. But it's not like I'm like out in public screaming at people or anything like that. It's not like that. Yeah, no, Doddle, I totally agree with that. Hit the gym. Oh yeah, that'll help me calm down. Get all jacked. Get that anger out. I think it would make it worse. It helps you. Yeah. I don't have time for the gym. I'm a dad. And besides, I do all the dad stuff. I'm like one of those guys where you're like, you know, suddenly I'm just like fucking lifting something really heavy and it looks like I shouldn't be able to. Now, I'm not saying I'm like super like strong or something, but I have like more of a farmer's thing going on, I guess. You can lift weights at homes. I don't have time. Yeah. See, wanting to and having the time to, I don't have time. You see how that works? Just because you can make the time because you want to doesn't mean I want to make the time. I could do anything with my life, but I'm not going to lift weights. Does that make sense? But I don't need to though. I don't need to, guys. Oh my god. The amount of like yard work I have to do to maintain my property, even I really don't need to. As focused anger has a place, can be useful. Sounds manipulative, but some people don't understand anything but raised voices and direct aggressive communication. No, Doddle. I work out all the time. I'm constantly working in the yard. I'm constantly lifting heavy things. I'm constantly doing things that equate to exercise. I don't need to do the gym on top of that. It's not like cavemen only pumped rocks, etc. You know? Let me see those guns. That's what I'm talking about, though. It's not like I don't have like a weightlifter's body or anything, but I'm perfectly strong. He's bugging Muddy about seeing the doctor. Yeah, no, I know that. I watched what happened to my mom. I begged her every day to do stuff, and I couldn't get her to do it. Anyways. But I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't, I have kids. I have weights. I have a bench. It's just like right now, I can't. The one thing I do want to do is get my treadmill back in here, but it's all fucked up. I gotta put grease on the belt, and it's all misaligned, and it's kind of shitty. But I have to take this out, and then once I have this out, I'll be able to fit the treadmill in again, and I'll be able to stand and work. I want to get a rowing machine. Yeah. No, I think the best thing I could do is just is more about eating, not working out. I lost a ton of weight just changing my diet, and I was running every other day, 3 miles. Actually 6. It was 3 one way and 3 the other. And I was watching my calories, and I lost like 0 on the weight. I could whip up and down stairs, no problem. But then I just changed my diet and stopped working out, and the pounds just fucking shredded. They just came right off. I was losing 2 pounds every week. It was wild. Every 2 weeks, sorry. I worked in healthcare for a long time. Yeah. Yep. Anyways, let's get back to what we were doing. But I think the other thing that you'll find is if someone's not being receptive to something, continuously asking them to be receptive to it is going to make them shut down completely. So, if that's something you want to see happen, then you got to change approach. All right. Plus, the other thing is, I mean, with streamers and stuff, you just don't know their private life. And so maybe there's a reason they're saying no to something that they don't want to say more about. So that's another possibility. That way at all with Mud. Yeah. I just mean like maybe there's something else going on with people that like maybe if they're saying no, maybe then just ease up. All right. Let me see here. We're going to go over and we are going to we can move. Now we've got jump, right? We want to jump. So we need to add jump for player 1 and player 2. And then we need some sort of action. But no, I appreciate the encouragement. It's just like I don't know. Yeah, I think the food thing is for me the thing that I really need to adjust. Frustrating thing is I don't really eat junk food. But I seeing my family, we just naturally it seems like with my on my mom's side, it's just um they just get big when they hit a certain age. Like my mom ate like a bird. Streamers hiding their personal lives from Jet? What? I'm just teasing. You look in good shape. But it's not good to be angry. It's hard on your body. Yeah. No, I don't doubt that. I didn't choose to be angry, I'll tell you that. I just definitely like there's like a triggering thing for me and it goes back to my childhood. And so part of it is like I don't know how to undo it. So yeah. But no, I always talk about it and I've tried mindfulness and stuff like that. And I had something going where for a while there when I would get upset, I could go outside of my mind and see myself, my thoughts. I could like observe my thoughts from the outside. And I had that for like a good while. And I was like, oh, and I could just see it. And then something happened and it all went away. The military helped me? Really? I feel like I watched my friends join the military and kind of opposite happened. Let me see. We're going to do jump, right? We want to do jump. So we'll go back to client. So everything once again is inside of here, and then we're going to go over to game. Does game have Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about, Dawdle. Player controller? Where was this happening at? I swear I had there was something with jump. Let's do a search in here. Yeah, Marine. Yeah. Yeah. No, my buddies, I mean, I graduated in 2000. My buddies joined when they were in cuz I went to MEPS and did the whole thing and then my recruiter lied and was like, "Oh, you don't have to decide when you're there," and they really wanted you to decide. And I said no. That I was going to, you know, there was a very specific position that I wanted and they weren't going to give me, and so I said no flat out. And then my buddies joined the Marines and then 9/11 happened and then they ended up, you know, doing that. He definitely did not come out aggressive. That's nice. issues going in. It came out worse. Yeah, it's a bummer. Yeah. No, I was like, I wanted to be a combat photographer. It's like, this is what I want to do. They're like, oh, you should, but it was all a lie. Like, your recruiters lie to you. Do you guys know that? So I get there and I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm not going to do this. They just wanted another person, basically. I was like, nah, I'm out. Frontline grunt until someone saw you have medical ability. Yeah. Yeah, my dad was drafted in NAM, and he was lucky enough, I guess, like right when they were getting out, like they landed, they're getting out of the helicopter or whatever, and somebody was like, can anyone here type? He was like, yeah. And then he managed to get a pretty sweet arrangement, and yeah. So I guess he was kind of lucky. He got disowned by his family though, I guess, according to my mom, because they didn't want him. They were a certain religion, and they were pacifist, and they didn't want him to do it. They wanted him to what do you call it? But he didn't do that, and they kind of rejected him for a while. Frontline grunk, yeah. Yeah. Desert Storm. Probably only the one almost fully successful operation the military's ever engaged in. Where it's like, wow, we actually did pretty much exactly what we set out to do. And now we're done, and we left. It's like, oh, this worked out great. A bunch of people got cancer, though, from a lot of that shit. You want to send them back? Yeah. Yeah, that was wild. After 9/11, I was going to see my dad in Brazil, and my economics teacher was on the plane with me. I was like, what's going on? He's like, oh, they reactivated me. It's like, what? He'd been out for years. I don't know how that works, but he had this really funny story. That he was apparently they have you do, there's like guard duty even on aircraft carriers where you're like, and he's like out there, and he starts playing with his weapon and like spinning it around like a cowboy, and accidentally fired a shot out into the ocean. The one these days is you have 8 years after separation you can be recalled. Yeah. I mean, frankly, the U.S. government can do whatever the hell it wants with this shit. And who's to say no? It's really starting to be pretty obvious, I think, to hopefully everyone. And it really doesn't matter what the supposed rules are. Oh, man. Okay, so we're going to do jump. We have process here for inputs. Let's go ahead and just do an input. Okay. But I'll see what I can do, Donald. Maybe I can work out. I just don't think that that's gonna help me relieve stress. I'll be totally honest. I don't quite understand how that works. Okay. Okay. Oh, we need jump too. Well, shit. What is jump? Oh, well, jump should be A. No, I appreciate everybody. I mean, it's nice to know I got these total strangers talking to me on the internet right now, like concerned about my well-being. Okay. Pollinate or die. Steam page is online. Shit. Let me go on to Steam real quick. We'll get it there. Gonna take a minute to open. It's my slow ass. Let me input. God damn it, let me input. Boom, nice. Yeah, Fiera, I just got my LLC accepted today. So I'll be getting my Steam page going for playtesting here soon. It's a limited liability company. It just basically means, for the most part, that should something go wrong, if they're like, oh, fuck that company or whatever, it's just a form of protection. Somebody could still sue me personally, but yeah, and it makes things like taxes and stuff a little bit easier. You can sue me if you stub your dick on your coffee table. Like our forefathers said, pollinate or die. Booyah. Of course, Fiera. I got to update my shout out to you. Let me see what it says right now. Well, if I can find, hang on a second. Let me see if I can find. Cruise control is in Cricket. Got to get a video going, dude. Get that video going. How do I tag it so you know people wishlisted it because of my shoutouts? There's a little parameter we can add to the URL, right? I just don't know what it is. Uh-oh. Broke it. Oh, no, it didn't save it. Hang on. That's a load of shit. Oh, it's restart. What the fuck? It's right here. I just changed it. Reset. Really? Now it's hosed. Okay, so maybe the shoutouts. Maybe I'm. How do you do quotes? There's you. Wish list. Am I spelling your name wrong? Reset. There it is. I don't know what was going on there. All right. Jesus. What a waste of time. All right, now we're going to go back to config input jump and okay. So let's hit our brakes on all these. Dude, of course. Just keep moving, dude. Early play testing. Get feedback. Get feedback. Get feedback. Just put it in front of people. Hear their frustrations. Get as much feedback as you can get. All right, so we're hitting a break. Controller 1. Hitting a break, controller 2. All right, action. Okay. And action, yes. Yes, all right, dude. Okay, so now we got both inputs are set. Why are we not? Why am I frozen right now? Did I lose my mind? Why am I suddenly not able to move around with my hotkeys? Oh, my keyboard stopped working. What the fudge? Did my batteries die? Why can't I input, guys? What the fuck happened? All right, time for the mechanic. This whole time I'm dead silent for you guys. Nope, still nothing. Something's wrong with my keyboard. All right, we're going mechanical. Which sucks. I have to get my hands used to the home row on this thing. Is it going to be all clicky for you guys? Fuck, it's all clicky. Ugh. Oh god, I can't stand it. Oh god, this is awful. My hands have to be so close together now. Ugh. Gotta go sleep. Good to see you grind again. I grind when I can. I'm stuck at home with the kids a lot more now. So, but I'm trying to keep going. All right, Fiera, have a good one. Just test, keep testing, play test the game. Play test game. Give feedback. All right. See you, Fiera. Have a good night, man. But yeah, the sooner the better if you want to make money. Even before prototype, just hand draw the idea. Let people tell you what they think. Oh, thanks for pinning that, Doddle. Doddle. His name is Doddle. Dude, what happened to my keyboard? No. Ah. Lame. We'll have to figure it out later. Let's commit what we've done. Okay, player jump and action inputs. Good. And now we need to set input direction. Can't stand it. I know you planned it. Set input direction, return player input. Value. Do we have to resize? I don't think we have to resize. This is on int. Init. Okay, so we're 16 bits. Value. So this is where we want to say value. I don't know if we want clear. Let's look it up. Packed byte array. We're going to get really comfortable with packed byte array, guys. Resize of 0. Was there anything about so fill assigns a given value to all elements in the array. So we could just say 0. And value Value fill 0 clears us out. Var player input. Now here's the wild part. I think we need to still continue to keep track of. I don't think we want to fill 0. Because if the player's input, what we want to do is set value encode. See, this would clear. Interesting. So let's say we have var player input. There's an integer equals value. And then we say value encode. We can't do that. We have to adjust to player input. So we say player input plus equals network player input jump. Cannot assign so we would want to decode U16 0 okay. Then we set the player input. Process input. If we're not the server, we send it off. I think this pattern is bad. Hell yeah, Sorrow. I'd say about 3 hours of the stream was wasted just through idle chatter, though. So maybe I got a good 5 hours in. Okay, so now we're sending off jump, and we're also saying we want player to process input. So I'm seeing a pattern. A pattern emerges. Not unless if the destination's your mom, it's all about the destination. Oh, very good. Okay, so then we have process input here. Okay, input jump is set to true. We process it in here. So we need to add some upward velocity, boys. So we say if input jump. We always move and slide now. Now we need gravity. Oh, there goes gravity. And input jump. If we is on floor. Now this is interesting because we might want to we might want to process this because this is only playtesting. Yeah, as soon as I can. It's going to be a bit I was hoping November or the end of November, but it's probably going to be the beginning of next year. Melody, how's it going? But I would like to get I'm going to really be rapid application development here. I'm going to try to set things up so that as I'm streaming, the way that it's going to work for the playtest is you'll have a thin client and I'll publish PCK out to the internet. Whenever you open that thin client up, it checks the URL and does, it's like, does the hash map? If the hash matches, then don't download it. If it doesn't, then download it. And so it'll see that there's a new version, automatically download the new PCK, and you'll be able to start testing the new version immediately. So I'll be able to say to playtesters, close the game, reopen it, the new version's out. And I'll probably have an audio cue too. I'll have a command I can run. It'll send the build out, and then there'll be a sound that plays, and it's like, all right, test it. Let's do it. And then we all open it up, and we all connect to each other, and we're like, oh, we're having so much fun. Velocity plus equals vector 3 up times 3. How big of a jump do you think that's going to be? Who knows? Let's see if this works. It might not work. Oh, we're just jumping. Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump around. Jump, 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 jump around. Jump, jump. Why are we jumping? If input jump and is on floor, we jump. I'll jump around. Well, why are we jumping though? We shouldn't be jumping. Jump around. Jump, 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 jump around. Damn it. Why are we jumping right now? All right, 6 might be the good sweet spot for now.
sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
McFly? Are you listening, McFly? Have you built out the game yet? No, we're working on the netcode right now. And it's a lot of table setting. We're getting everything ready. But right now I'm working on mining. Hopefully by the end of the weekend, we'll have the ability to mine resources on the multiplayer. We've almost got everything we need to make it happen. We don't know why we're jumping, though, so we got to figure that out. Default should be false. You listening, McFly? Hello? Input jump is false. But we are processing input. Oh, there's our problem. We're just setting it to true whenever. We need to grab the value for jump and determine if it is so if inputs and network, we're going to AND it, player input a comparison. So if these things are true, both of these, then we say jump. All right. So yeah, we have to program the game in a kind of a weird way. Even the local client controls are using netcode, technically. So we're sending bytes over to ourself to process inputs. But we're packing those bytes to send over the pipe as well to go to the server. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good. We had donuts.
You had donuts?
Oh.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's a big thing to have.
Shooting guns.
Calvi Poo shooting guns?
Yeah.
Huh?
The Calvi Poo emotes shooting guns.
Calvi Poo?
What does that?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Run. Why does that Calvi Poo have a sword right there? It's standing my hand.
Set jump. Breakpoint. All right, let's figure out what's going on here because something's not right. Roll it. Roll that beautiful bean footage. So we're hitting the breakpoint. And let's step through this. Oh, we're filling it. Flushing it out. We don't want to do that. Almost think we should reset here as well. So this is a potential to... There's a potential bug here. We don't want to fill. So that erased everything. That's part of our problem. Let's try that again. Okay, it does see the input. Inputs are processing. Oh, we said slow, not jump. Look at that, guys. That's not jump. There we go. Jesus. There we go. Jump around. Okay, so then we don't have it on the release. So then when the input on clients is released, we do basically the same thing. Or do we flip the flag back? Here. We set jump here. Do we reset it here? Do we have like clear jump? I'm doing it all this way to hide all the bytecode stuff. So that when I have to change the bytecode, it's all in one spot. Yank. So how do you clear a single byte? Erase value. We're never going to use that. So we need to figure out about, I need to write a cheat sheet for myself. Let's look up, GDScript reference. We're going to do comparison, or I don't know if it's a comparison. How do you do, it's an operation. Bit shifting. So bitwise and XOR or. Can we subtract? What if we just subtract? No, we don't want to do that. Okay. Bitwise operations. Not. Or a bitwise complement is a unary operation that performs a logical negation on each bit, forming one's complement of the given binary value. Bits that are 0 become 1, and those that are 1 become 0. A bitwise AND is an operation that takes two equal length binary representations, the logical AND operation on each pair of the corresponding bits. Thus, if both bits in the compared position are 1, the bit resulting representation is 1. Otherwise, the result is 0. So if we AND here, we get 0 on these. Decimal 5. The operation may be used to determine whether a particular bit is set or cleared, for example. On a given bit pattern, blah, blah, blah. Right. Bitwise AND may be used to clear selected bits or flags of a register in which the bit represents the individual Boolean state. This is an efficient way to store a number of Boolean values and use as little memory as possible. Takes 2-bit patterns of equal length and performs a logical inclusive OR operation on each of the corresponding bits. The result in each position is 0 if both bits are 0. Otherwise, the result is 1. XOR takes 2-bit patterns of equal length, performs a logical exclusive OR on a pair of corresponding bits. The result in each position is 1 if only one of the bits is 1. And 0 if both are 0 or both are 1. In this, we perform the comparison of 2 bits being 1. B-I-T-Y. You can't see why. These bits, the street bits, started bitwise. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Cricket. Oh, gee willikers. So how do I set the specific bytes? If I know the position of the bit, let's go over to packed byte. I told you we're going to live in this until we understand it, because we're going to be here for, this is how we get small datas for our net code. Append array, append bswap, decode, forever trapped, forever alone, encode var, byte offset, integer. How do we get, okay. I have, oh, do we shift? Because I am using bit shifting right now already over here. So if we bit shift back to 1, we should get the offset. So if I go like, but I can't set a specific bit, right? Not here. Set index and value. Change the byte at the given index. The byte, not the bit. Because the indexes are bytes. I can't say, ugh, this is so gross. I can't say individual bits. So I have to figure this out. I should be able to do the style comparison. Setting a bit to 1 or 0. Setting a bit to 0. All right, we're going to put this into our lovely notes here. Okay. So we want to do this. And equals. So, but how do we determine that from the docs? How do I read this from the docs? Bitwise not. So let me understand this. bitwise and not. Okay. So if we're going back to assignment, we go over to input packet, and for clearing here, we say player input not and not and then we shift it 1 bit index. Okay. So if we're clearing the jump, though, when this is something we don't have to send out, the presumption is if we receive a jump input, I have to be careful where I put all this logic. Once we process the jump, we'll clear it. So we're going to say we're going to do the jump, and then we're going to say process packet. Now, see, we can't do it here. Physics process. Jump. And we're on the floor. Then we say... See, this all gets processed from there. Input packet set jump. We send all this stuff off, and now we clear it. Input packet here. So it's weird. It's like clear jump. French accent cricket, kinda silver foxy. Huh? Who? Damn it. This has got to be a logic thing. Right. We're always setting input jump to false. unless it changes. All right, we got one jump. Let's connect to the server here. And we're going to scoot back. Oh, we don't have the server running. My bad. Start server. Connect. We're going to scoot player 1 back. Oh, I was worried about this. It doesn't clear. Can we jump? Shit. Okay. We'll get it. This one just keeps going. This one does too. Start server. Connect to server. Oh, God. Oh, we're moving the wrong piers. What about if we jump? We can jump. Okay, so everything. All right. Okay, so some stuff is breaking. Pier is null. Right. So the reason this is happening is we are not clearing our inputs. So when we do input packet, we return player input. Ooh, thank you. Thank you. Should I hang out with the kids? Okay. Okay. Let's try movement here. Still the same deal. Can we jump? We can jump. Can we jump up here? Oh, yes. Okay. See, I told you it would break. What did I tell you? Okay, but we're still moving around without input. So we need to fix that. This has something to do with... Let's check what we've done so far from a Git perspective. Appreciate everybody hanging out tonight, guys. I really appreciate all the lively conversation and all that good stuff. Im's gone. I'm gonna grab a drink. Be right back. If they have evidence, he should be allowed to show it. The judge can't say no to one video and yes to the other. Right. All right, let's try and figure out why our inputs are still processing. It's a pesto. I forget the kind of noodles they are. With chicken and red dried tomatoes. It's yummy. It's hot. It's good. All right, we should hit this at least. Oh, maybe. Hmm. Oh, it's the velocity. We're not reducing the velocity. Okay. So some reason we're not synced again, but we do have inputs behaving the way we want them to. We've got jumps going. So the other thing we have to do is translate that camera movement, because watch this. I start going here. I'm only going to go forward and backwards on the other screen, not relative to my camera movement. So we have to start encoding camera movement and direction. But before we do that, let's fix desyncing. Something about the simulation I'm wondering. Let's make sure we're doing a sim tick proper. Maybe something's going on there. I think if I just take a quick glance at it, I'll be able to tell if something's wrong. Let's go ahead and commit what we got. Okay, jumping packets is set. Unreliable packet comes in. Let's set a break here, see what happens. Start a server, connect a server. Okay, so we're not sending packets. Unreliable packet. RPC call from client. So let's make sure movement is going. Send movement is being sent. This is going to the server. Let's check the server code. Reliable packet comes in. Packet received by. That comes in. Game player's remote sender ID process input value. Now I should only process it for the server. And we're the server. Game player's remote sender ID process input. Let's double check our scene arrangement. What's wild is we got this set up for 3 players. I'm wondering if, oh, look at that. Oh, we're not, we haven't started the server. Start the server, connect the server. There's our other player. Let's look over on the debugger. That's session 2. Okay. All right, so we have the correct identifiers. Process input fires. So I know movement is sending. Is process input firing? Process input should only be happening on server. Oh, we didn't save it. Huh. So it's really the SimTick. We're processing the inputs. So it's the SimTick. We're not hitting a breakpoint here. We're ticking. I wonder if it's possible. It's a new packet. Getting closer. Clients is empty. So something about our packing is busted. So let's go look at our net code for that. So we have sim packet. Can we look at blame here? Well, I'm to blame for everything. That's not going to help me. Can we look at commit history? So we're not breakpointing on clients. players. Okay, players is 0. Ah, I know what's going on. It's our references. It's the assignments. It's not a pointer. Damn it. Do you work throughout the week? I try to have no 0 days. Sometimes I can't do anything on the streams, unfortunately. And yeah. So my schedule is weekends are iffy. Mondays, afternoon Mountain Time. Or no, sorry. Mondays after 7 Mountain Time, if at all. Tuesdays afternoon Mountain Time. Wednesdays and Thursdays after 7, if at all, Mountain Time. And then Fridays, as much as I can. And damn, yeah, my whole week is basically fuck. This is going to be a lot harder now. I was for a very long time. Yes, no, not really. I'm almost like a Mr. Mom. My wife works. She brings home the bacon. She works, and then I take care of the kids, and I do the what do you call it? Oh yeah, I'm their teacher. We do homeschooling. So I do that for all day on every day of the week, basically. Yeah, I'm fine with it. But yeah, for a good while I was streaming pretty much every day, very consistently. But my wife got this new job and it sort of changed the scheduling for everything. It's all right though. Yeah, what's a bummer is I'm on like, and I just know if I had every day of the week, you know, God, if I could spend 8 hours on this every single day, whew, you have no idea. Like the stuff I could bust out. But unfortunately, it hasn't been that way. And working at nights is very difficult because sometimes I'm just shot. Sometimes I am just dead. But I'm gonna try and on the days that I can't, the game is going to have a story and everything. And I will get to a point where I can start writing it. And once I'm to that point where I have character dialogue and stuff that I'm working on, I'll be able to cook really well offline. And it'll actually be a good thing that I can do it that way because it's story and it can be kind of boring. And also people might not want to see it. Namtuk. I was thinking about, because we're doing Oz, I was thinking about taking other American tall tales and fables and throwing them into it as well. So like John Henry, you know, I guess we could even throw Tom Sawyer in those. Those are all public domain. But we could do Johnny Appleseed and stuff like that. That might be cool. Have them be in the world. God, the USB on this thing is real shady. I don't know where I cut out at. So, I was saying about writing and how I can do that offline and everything. But about how it's been difficult with the new schedule. But damn, what was I going to say? Need to update the stream title. Nah, you know what? It's probably still related. Okay, I know exactly what the problem is. But yeah, I am excited to start writing a story. I feel like it's something I might actually, I don't know. I don't want to say I'm going to be a good writer. The only creative storytelling I've ever done really is through like D&D and like DMing and stuff. But we'll see. I think if I just have fun with it and I try to make it fun for people. We're not going to do full voice acting, but I do want to do the sort of the shouts that happen, like combat shouts, cooking and baking and mining and all those kinds of like grunts and everything. And then like character, like, oh, hello there, and all that kind of stuff. Like, huh? That's a good idea. And all those little weird, JRPG interjections. Just really simple voice work. Stuff like that I think will be fun. And yeah, there's no way I can do a fully voice acted. There's no fucking way. I ain't got the money for that. Okay, so our problem is the player count. It doesn't update. So I think what we're going to want to do is turn this into a static. I think we'll keep rolling. So this becomes static. Go back over here, get rid of this. And the world reference mine. And then this becomes... And the funny thing here is SimPacket's broken because we're not fixed over on the other side. So let me save this first, and then we're going to fix SimPacket. Okay. And then this is going to come from game now. So this is bad object-oriented code. This is not... Oh no. Okay, I think that's everything. So now it's in this weird situation where neither side wants to say the other side is ready. Even though they both should be good now. So if we restart. See, I hate when this shit happens. We have to reload Godot, I think. But I am very excited to get to the part of this where I'm starting to make assets and stuff for it. And actually start making a game. Every day when we're working on this stuff, it's going to be like, oh, today is the day we're going to work on gameplay. And then it'll be, oh, netcode, 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 netcode. That's pretty much how it's going to be often. All right, and then we're hitting our break. That's a good sign. And now we should be able to roll it. So start a server, connect here, and move back. Okay, so now both are moving. You can see that position correction stuff happening. And we could jump. Yes. And now this is where we're still broken. This is where we get desynced. You see that? Oh, but because it's the server, it actually is okay. But the prediction is wrong. So you see how it's glitching? It's thinking we're moving forward when we're not. So what we have to do is send, and only when we're doing inputs, directional inputs, we need to send. Well, no, that's not true. Not only. Okay, I think we can start working on that code though. But now that we can get up here and we can jump, yeah, we can jump onto this. Okay, so this is going to be the thing that we mine. We're going to move the camera. The camera is going to, our movement here is going to rotate our character around. We'll get our animations going again. We'll do all that. Get running around going again so it actually starts looking like a game again. Oh God, we can throw time of day in. Maybe do a little bit of ambience just to kind of get it feeling like something. This will be good. Good stuff. Okay. All right. Let's go back. And then we have a bunch of input stuff here. So the next thing we can work on is camera rotation and player movement correlating to that. You can close config now. Input packet's pretty solid for now. We're going to have to touch that very soon, actually. Okay. And then, yeah. So I've been watching a lot about, I'm thinking maybe we can do lockstep for network. But we'll see. Because if we do a sim tick of 250 and we're only lockstep is like a kind of networking pattern. I'm looking it up because I can read a definition better than players' actions are synchronized and processed together before the game world updates. I'm not sure if it's what AOE did. The game sends player inputs to a server. That's one of the clients, and then sends them to all the other players. So we buffer a certain amount of inputs, and then we send them in order together. Do you have a link to the paper, Blork? It's so small a buffer, Vantham, it might not matter. But if we don't do it that way, I think we'll be okay either way. I think I'm going to be able to figure this out. We're going to be fine. I can think of like 100 ways to prevent desyncing and also to kind of squeeze everyone back where they need to be. There's probably the right way to do it for this particular game. And I think I'm only going to find that by working towards it. I'm incurring tech debt right now. I just don't know it. And so I just have to keep trudging through it, get it rolling, and see what's wrong with it. Currently, I know there are two major problems. Desyncing is possible over time because we're simulating as soon as we receive the inputs, but they need to be we need to re-simulate. And that part I don't know how to do yet. So because we're using the physics engine the way that we are, I don't know how to do any simulation yet. Like true simulation, where we take a set of inputs and we rewind and we play them forward based on some new sets of data that we have. Like for rollbacks and stuff. If we're doing it on the client side, for instance. So if the client desyncs a little bit, it's guaranteed to happen because everyone's running, like, we're dealing with floating point numbers and stuff. But I think if we start reducing the float numbers, if we start guaranteeing that pressing the input and releasing it during a given time will always produce the same, like, speed, even not even count, like, if we count the player's abilities and whatever might be changing that too, if we can lock that in, that'll help a ton. Another approach is to buffer an input stream. That's lockstep basically. But the problem with lockstep is it causes latency. It creates a lag effect. So if we go with rollbacks and all that stuff, then we have instant player input. But then there's all this other work that we have to do to get it rolling. I was watching a video from one of the Mortal Kombat devs talking about a major patch that they had released that completely changed the game and improved the netcode drastically. There's a lockstep. Nice. I'll check it out. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you so much. Fuck. I need to, you know what I need to start doing is make a special little credits thing. Blork. Two characters. Yeah. That's why I can use some of the knowledge that I've gained from it, but I can't copy it. No, I'm with you on that 100%. There was some interesting information about no, but it does have, the talk had a lot of good information though. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for this link. This is great. Okay, please excuse me for just a moment. I'll be right back. It's weird. The longer days, I think there's some weird. Sometimes I can do. I don't know. Like I bite off way bigger things that I would normally not do the way that I'm doing it. And well, yeah, because sometimes I'm just like I'm doing things that I couldn't even. I don't know how to describe it. Well, for like, this is a hard problem, and I'm just gonna keep banging my head against it. Where I feel like if it was that would take all week, maybe, with that, right? Because I'm just sort of living the problem for a longer amount of time in the same day, and I kind of just mull on it way more, and but yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna keep going, but it's going. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and do. Okay.
And then we have to get up early tomorrow, and
Yeah.
I don't have the car loaded, but I have everything ready.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. But yeah, it's a lot to think about, and I sort of have to start making the game. And as I make the game, I go, okay, this is what's important for game feel. This is what's showing up laggy. Here's how I do the enemy stuff. The less I have to, the more I can do. This is true, I think, for all networked anything. Is the more that you can guarantee. Actually, this is something I wanted to look up: is RNGs, and can I save like where in the role something was? But the more you can make things deterministic, the less you have to send over the pipe. So the more you can hide the determinism and make it look like it's not really that, the more of the alive part of the game can exist without network code. If that makes any sense. But the other thing that I was thinking about with this game, and this depends on the world size of things, but if I'm only sending packets for the general area that we're in and the status of the things around us, and I design the worlds in such a way where you're not always going to be able to see everything anyways, we cap rendering draw distances to a certain, we have a hill or something is in the way or whatever, then we can have a lot more happening in a local proximity for the simulation, and not have it always be sending the entire world state. So on a per player basis, if we know roughly where they are, which since the simulation's happening on the server, we know exactly where they should be, we can only send them data that they need to know about, the stuff they need to know about. So eventually, I believe that the simulation packets we send out will be dedicated to each of the players. They'll have unique, here's what you need to know, here's what you need to know. So if people split off and start doing their own thing somewhere else, the world is being run by the server, but only what they need to know about is happening. So some things may be a broadcast that go across the entire world state, like a player died or something, or chat. And then other things are more local, like an enemy is attacking and a resource has been collected or whatever. But, you know, I might be able to squeeze a lot out of the bytes that I'm trying to use. So we're doing it under 4 kilobytes sorry. God, I don't even remember off the top of my head. 4,000? Is that it? Something like that? We got a lot. So I think it's unlikely that I'll run out, but who knows? Like, for instance, 256. So 2 bits to send, or not 2 bits, sorry. What 256 is 8-bit? $32 bytes. Select for an enemy's health bar, 256. We might be able to get even smaller, 128. If what I'm talking about is, even though the health may be 1,000 or whatever, if we only represent the progress of the bar in, say, 128 bytes, or 16 bytes or 128, whatever it ends up being, like, we can kind of cheat. There's a lot of little ways to cheat, even though the data may say one thing, the way we're representing it may be another. Or we might be able to get away with, I don't know, there's like 100 ways to do it. But the in the example of an enemy, a deterministic element is the hit points, the actual total. But where we are in the progress bar, that can change. So, anyways, I don't know. It's a lot to think about all at once. Oh, this is cool. Oh, neat. Oh, wow. Oh, that's really cool.
Not funny.
Yeah. I loved these kinds of books as a kid.
Yeah. You should do a dramatic reading.
1989. That's cool. I really need to figure out the simulation stuff, though. Like, the inputs are going to come in slightly out of order, or I have to simulate the inputs in the exact order and timing that they were fired in, which means that I do think that I'm going to hold even locally processing the input so that, for instance, if we're at the if we're not at, like, every time you do an input, it'll be processed on the very next frame. And then I'm sending it saying that it's going to be processed on the very next frame as soon as I get it. I'm saying, okay, it's this frame, or, you know, tick, or however you want to think about it. Every 60 frames, we're processing 60 possible things. But then one of the interesting things that I can't wrap my head around is the guy who was talking about the netcode for Mortal Kombat was saying the only time they ever had to resync and do a rollback is anytime the player's inputs were on the same frame. That's the only time they ever needed to do it. So I still can't quite wrap my head around that. I think it's because it's a fighting game. I don't know. I couldn't understand why. But I haven't finished the talk yet either, so. So now I guess we can do, I don't know. I mean, we could do something fun and get some animations going. We could get the player direction corrected, because we're not doing that yet. We used to calculate it. We do have direction here. Direction. So we could match the rotate. We got rotate to direction wrap. Rotate to gives us an angle. So if we take the controller's character body, rotate is this just an assignment variable? Body. Doesn't look like LSP is working. Let's see. Let's check the docs. I guess Node 3D. Here's Node. Rotation. Rotate Y. Rotate axis. And angle. We'll try rotate with the axis. So up. Vector 3 up. I don't know. This is old math, so this might not work. Okay. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. All right. Direction. Rotation Y. Analog speed. Rotate 2. We want to snap this. So I think we want to just set the Y value. Just to whatever the last input was. I think this is we're gonna always reset back to this should be rotation. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So now we have a problem with resetting. So when we let go of, and you can see there we only have the 8 degrees of movement. So you can see how we're snapping around because that locks movement. That's a good sign though that it's happening even on the server side. Because again, we're supposed to be processing inputs as though they're being sent over the LAN or the network. And so we want to also maintain our previous rotation if there was one. That is, if we don't have a direction to process, and that means also that we don't have an input, then we aren't going to do anything. Direction should be 0 to start always. So I suppose we could do an else here. Okay. And then this is going to be in an if statement. Direction not declared in the current scope. So let's just always be running direction through. So when we have variables in a process loop, we want to try, like right here, I'm doing these declarations. Like on the physics process and the process step, especially, it's probably a good idea not to constantly be redeclaring a variable. So once you put it in there, I don't know, you could even do like a P, I don't know, put like a P in front of it or something like that. That way you're not just constantly redeclaring it. Because it has to exist always anyways. Right? Okay, so now we're keeping our direction. And this should be true for networked as well, because we're doing this on the input processing, which we're passing over to everybody. So if I start a server here and connect here, oops, I already have one started. Start a server here and connect here, and when we move, we should see, yeah, so the direction is maintained. Our orientation is maintained as we move around. Look at how cute that is. Look at that. And now we could throw some animations on this, right? So that it, but obviously 8 degrees ain't enough. I don't know. I don't think that 16 will be enough. I think we might need 32, which means that we're probably going to need an entire 64 bits is 8 bytes, 32, 4 bytes, 32 for both the camera and the analog. If we were to send it that way. See how we got off though? See how we're off? Let's try it again, see if we can get ourselves off. But we're desynced. And start the server, connect, and we're rolling around a bunch. Just roll around everywhere, come back. See, we're off. And this is because we're processing at a different point. So we're desynced. Yeah, so we really need to be able to simulate the player's inputs. Oh, I got to keep watching and reading. We'll get it. I also need to data dump stuff for debugging purposes. I need a way for people to be able to send like session data across. Blech. Be a lot of shit. Have you made a non-multiplayer online version of this game yet? No, Rice. No. This is all or nothing. We're going out of the box. Networked. Out of the box. All in. Exactly. What's a dirty way? It's the simulation stuff. What is a game speed? The process speed on. Let's check engine. Timescale. So if we want to sim in one frame, it's not even one frame. 4 times a frame, we want to simulate that fourth of a frame in one process step, I don't think we can. See, I think we want to. Because we can, if we have guarantees about movement, then I can simulate over, a single for loop, the number of inputs and time. And if we're not doing physics for character movement and whatnot, if we do physics for everything else, like just something falling to the ground that's not important, it's not deterministic, or it's it's just like chunks of something flying off. Obviously, none of that stuff we would need to concern ourselves with. Let's look at our physics bodies. Physics bodies that are meant to be user controlled, not affected by physics at all, but they affect other physics bodies. High level API. Move and collide. Nathir, how you doing? By the way, how's it going? Man, you guys talked a lot today. Dustin, I hope you're doing good. It was for you, Medusa. Oh no, this Dustin is suffering from React Native Update land. Oh dear God, I'm sorry. Oh man. Sorrow, did you have a bunch of games that you thought kind of matched the style I was doing? I don't know if you're still here. But finally broke through initial build issues. Oh, that's good. Arithmetic shift. Is that working? There we go. I have a thought, but I don't want to say it. I don't want to think it. I'm wondering. I'm wondering if I have the server concept run on its own. I do a build just for it. It's headless and I talk to it. And it's just running as its own engine. Because then I can do the sim steps way faster. Which is like a wild idea. What about Jolt? What about Jolt physics, guys? What do we have from Jolt? If we use that, does that give us anything? No. We wouldn't have to host it. No, it would be part of our build. Is Jolt deterministic? Do we know? Hmm. So lockstep, it's interesting because it would hmm. Let's think about this from a delay standpoint. Like round trip time, right? What's a typical online game's round trip time? Below 50 milliseconds for a smooth lag-free experience. Anything under 100 milliseconds being acceptable for most games. The problem with packing, like getting getting a bunch of data about inputs and then processing them is if there's anyone who's off or delayed, we then everything pauses. Sorry, guys. I'm thinking about things right now. Kind of lost in thoughts as I try and address this delay. Let's make sure it works with 3 players still. Uh-oh. Oh, that's because we share inputs. Huh. Man, we saw as high as 258 there. Round trip time here is really bad. Um, see, this is the part where if the predicted inputs don't match, the game rolls back to the point just before the incorrect prediction was made. It then resimulates the game state using correct actual inputs and fast forwards. So here's the thing. If we get the syncing right, we only have to do this for our own inputs. Because the server is always going to be, quote unquote, correct when it's simulating client inputs. So all we need to do that I can think of right now. Damn, we do need to be able to roll back on the server side. Well, otherwise, if I don't do something, we're going to be out of sync. We're getting out of sync already real easily. What's when you say rest intervals, what do you mean? A lot of this stuff I'm totally new to. Yeah, what I was thinking about doing was that's what I was talking about with rollback. So at a certain point, the server says, when I receive this input, you were at this position. And then I check where I thought I was at. And if we don't match, then I offset the position from that point, forward and go, okay, then I guess everything that happened from here, and now I should be here instead. And if we're constantly doing that, I'm not bouncing around too much.
I can't believe you've done this.
Failed reality. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, the client would do the check. The server doesn't know if the client was or was not. It's just constantly saying, when you gave me this input, I predicted you here. So that's where you're supposed to be. And the client goes, oh, yeah, we're okay. I'm trying to think of All right, well, let's try this. Let's try this. When we send our input, let's send what tick we were at. But really, it needs to be tick plus whatever. So client side, let's see. There we go. All right, so we're going to say, we're going to resize. We're going to be 64-bit number, which is 8 bytes, right? And then, so that means we need to resize to 3. Or no, we did 2 bytes for the... $10 bytes total. Although the number's probably way smaller, it can be way smaller. Because we're gonna do like a subtick. So we really only need... All right, we'll do the 8. And I guess, you know, what we could do to clearly prototype this, or to clearly size divided by 8. I'll just do it by hand. Two bytes. 4 inputs. Eight bytes. SymTick. Last SymTick. And if we're sending a reply, we say the SymTick that we came from and how many frames it was from that. If we're doing 250 milliseconds, That's a fourth of a frame. That's 15 frames. So we only need 16. So 2 bytes. Time since last. Not time. Frame since last SimTick. So we have an offset of the number of frames we were when we had the SimTick and when we press the input button that we're sending back. Or do we not do any of this? And we simply say, let's do it the dumbest way possible. Okay, I'm undoing all this. Here's the dumbest way possible. The dumbest way possible is to assume that we just keep the server, the packets come in not unreliably, but not consistently. We still process them as though that's the exact timing and order they were, or timing they were pressed in. They're going to come in order. And then we say, okay, now here's how it should be when we do the sim. So on the sim packet over here, we do what I was talking about. And the dumbest way possible. It is the dumbest way possible. So then we encode. What do we have? We could have a special number, an integer that is just the value of the a rolling buffer number. So we just roll through this buffer. We have a range and a growing input value. So then we can say when we return the sim update, we say, okay, at this tick, at this input, here's where I had you. Rolling, rolling, rolling. So we have a player's dictionary here. We have a list of players' controllers. I guess we get the last input. But that would put us still something to think about here. So if we keep track of
That's cool.
Dude, M.
Yeah, cool.
What up,
You think
girl?
it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
M Audio. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the raid, M. I appreciate it. We've been working a lot on networking today and trying to get to the point where we can actually mine resources. We have multiple player controllers working for debugging and testing. So now I can plug in controllers and run clients and have different inputs. So if I show you, well, let me reset here. Oh no, you don't have to raid me whenever. Don't ever raid me. Don't you start raiding me. But we're working on getting player movements and stuff set in here. We're going to be able to come over here and start mining soon. And we've got camera movement going here, but we are getting off sync. So we're going to start doing some rollbacks of our own persuasion to see if we can get some of this network code working a little more solid so that we don't get off sync as much. But yeah, thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. I've been cooking here. Looks like a total of 11 hours. Seems to be the sweet spot for me. Welcome in. By the way, Fiera has a game out for Wishlist on Steam. Just came out for Wishlist. Is that it? Did I spell Fiera's name wrong? God bless it. We were in the room when it happened. There it is. Thank you so much. Don't tell Fiera I couldn't spell his name. Don't tell him. But yeah, I've been working hard today, guys. We got a lot of stuff done. It's funny because this netcode stuff, initially this whole process is going to be, okay, I want to be able to do this in the game. And then everything's going to crap the bed and I got to go, oh, okay, that's right. I got to do this. Oh, okay, that's right. I got to do this. And I have to constantly kind of be updating the network code as well. All right. Have a good night, Em. So what we're working on right now is sending. We have our inputs being sent. It's over to the server. The server's processing the inputs. When the simulation update happens, the server's going to say, at this point, I had you at this position. And we need to be able to say, okay, we're going to roll back a little to that. I just don't know with Godot if we're going to be able to do a true rollback simulation where we play back inputs persistently. In theory, once it's rolling, it's automatic. We don't have to think about it. But our real problem is that Godot does everything on its processing. And so far, the only way I can think to do this where we're constantly simulating is we literally have a headless version of Godot running in our game that is solely responsible for doing the rollback simulations. And then the regular part of the game is just running and getting those signals from that to update everything. I know that sounds bonkers, but that would allow me to run the game at a higher processing rate and go from there. But in the meantime, what we're gonna try to do, and I'm racking my brain with this, trying to think of what could go wrong here. But we're going to go and say, I mean, my bike does have eyeballs. We're gonna start. I'm gonna buy a pop blocker that has different colors, and then we're gonna put like a mustache on it, and then like lips. It's gonna become like a Mr. Potato Head, but a microphone. And we'll sew hair into it, like little the stuff you knit with, whatever that stuff's called. We'll do that too. Much love, and by the way, sleep well. Sleep well, sweet angel. For design. I mean, I suppose the other way we could simulate. Ah, God, I don't know, guys. I mean, if we did speed. I sound alien. Okay, hang on. Testing 1, 2. How's this? Is that better? Let me know. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so we wouldn't need anything wild. This would literally be local. It wouldn't be like a WebSocket or anything like that. It would simply be another instance of Godot to run at a higher speed to simulate the collected inputs right when it needs them. Maybe another way to do this, since we're using physics, is we adjust speed to compress time. So, for instance, we have our physics step. We could also decrease let me show you what I mean. We have physics process. Yeah, it would just be a running it would kind of have to be, right? So it would just be another running process that's running headless. I don't know how that would work if it was released on something like console. I don't even know if that would be possible. If you can run an executable and have it running on top of the game. I suppose with threading, I mean, it's kind of what, I don't know. It's kind of like a DLL. Another possibility is that we compress time by adjusting our speed. And then so if we're processing, so physics process right now is once a second. Once a second. But we're updating every 250 milliseconds. Right? Physics process is once a second? Or is it faster than that? No, it's way faster than that, right? What is it? Oh, it's 60 iterations per second. 60 iterations per second. 60 iterations per second, 250 milliseconds, 60 iterations per second, 15 iterations per 250 milliseconds. So 15. So is it possible for someone to send more than 15 inputs in the space of time of a fourth of a second? What if we make it impossible? What if we make it impossible? Guarantee that we can only send 15. We only send the inputs out every second, every frame. My aimbot can do that. So we could only possibly ever receive 15 in that time frame. Ever. So we could only receive as many as we would want to be able to simulate at the very tail end of the physics process callback. So right before we send out the simulation update, and those last 15 ticks, we go, okay, move here, move here, move here, move here, move here. Can we do that? We have delta. We would want to compress speed by, we'd still need to do some compression with speed. It would be times 4 to be correct. We could do it that way. I'm really trying to wrap my head around how do we actually do the idea of the rollback thing. I think with this approach we could easily do it on the client side. I really need to understand what they mean by inputs. Because I wonder if this could be just like, I don't know. The way that this is supposed to work is we send the inputs from the client to the server. That's what I'm doing. And then that way, this hopefully in a way reduces cheating because the server updates the client's information in their positions. So nobody can just say, oh, I'm over here now. And the server is going to be like, nah, dude, that ain't it. It's going to like let them know, no, you're not. You're over here. Yeah. All clients send a ring buffer. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about a range, like a rotating range. So they're calling it a ring buffer of compressed player inputs to the server at regular intervals. Some games send these as fast as the frame rate allows. A ring buffer means the client doesn't just send the latest inputs pressed, but the last several inputs delta compressed. So when, this is actually way more information than I've ever gotten. When there is packet loss, the server can reconstruct the input queue and avoid data gaps where it doesn't know what the player did. the last several inputs, delta compressed, so the time between them. And if we do it this way, we can do it without a TCP packet or the equivalent of it in UDP. So we could stream this using this approach. Because the game runs on the server and sends regular updates to all clients, there's an inherent delay from when the player presses a button and when the player actually moves. So this is lockstep. We can't predict what is about to happen. Prediction bridges the gap by running the game simulation instantly for the local player. Then the client receives the game state updates from the server. The snapshot includes the player's own inputs. If the local and the server simulation match, everyone's happy. If they don't, you get what's called a desync, and the client smoothly lerps to the server's simulated position. Yeah. Yeah, so that's how I have it set up right now. It's just that, yes, because the packets come in a little bit late or whatever, we end up out of sync. That's why we have to know, like, okay, so the delta was a missing element of this. The delta helps us. So if we send a delta between inputs, we know the length of time between the last input and the next input, which is important for constructing the simulation. We can use the delta for things like speed too. So we can multiply the delta by speed, or the speed by the delta that we sent between. So if we're simulating in like a sub loop inside of physics process where we go, oh, okay, for the next 15 frames, 15 physics steps, we're going to simulate this guy's movement. That's what it's mentioning here. That's what it's talking about with the smooth lerping. Input to prediction bridges the gap by instantly for the local player. When the client receives the game state updates from the server, the snapshot includes that player's own inputs. If the local and the server simulation match, everyone's happy. If they don't, you get what's called a desync, and the client smoothly lerps between the server's simulated position. Yeah. So, I mean, I think this helps me understand it a lot more. I think the missing link was the delta. But I was kind of thinking about it from the perspective of the tick, the frame tick. If we just send delta, though, that's fine. That'll do it. And we don't have to know about ticks or anything like that. The delta between inputs is all we need. And a ring buffer is what I was talking about, where we're just at a regular interval. Essentially, we would need a buffer large enough that if that buffer ran out, because we were waiting, that's a disconnect. So that's a QoS thing, and this is what they were talking about in the Mortal Kombat stuff. Is you need to set a QoS where you basically say, all right, if these conditions are true, we disconnect because something went wrong, and we can't sync. We're broken. Now, what we could do for our game, possibly, is instead of doing a hard boot, we can be like, okay, we're going to wait a little bit longer, but the game is borked. Like the multiplayer stuff is borked right now. So we're going to do some kind of reset. Like somebody started a microwave and fucked up, player C's Wi-Fi for a brief moment. That used to happen when my wife would microwave. I'd lose my I'd be playing a game with my friends and I'd get disconnected because something about the microwaves would interrupt the Wi-Fi signal from where my console was. Well, I think we can get the ring buffer going. Man, stop using the microwave. Put them in a bubble. That's a good idea. I mean, that's straight out of Oz. That's like we could have the Good Witch come and put you in a bubble. Bloop. And it could float you back to some spot and be like, here you go. So here's a final breakdown. If you're ever looking to continuously increase scope, just let me know. So the client sends the inputs up to the server and instantly simulates the movement. We call this local simulation the primary context. The server plays the inputs and simulates the movement. The movement sends back down to the client containing a snapshot of the latest player input played. If the client detects the server has played a different input than the local one, there is a significant positional divergence. A desync is triggered. During a desync, the client continues running the local simulation on the primary context, but also starts simulating a secondary context. This context is the result of the last known correct player state, right before the point of divergent, plus all local inputs simulated up to the last. The result is the final correct position to the best of the client's knowledge. So okay. I'm gonna go brush my teeth because I've been streaming so long that it's time to brush my teeth. And I'll be right back and we'll start out. We'll open up Obsidian and I'm gonna use some Excalidraw here and try to visualize this in data. I think actually I should probably wrap it up. I should wrap it up. Okay, that's what we'll do. Let's go ahead and raid somebody. We're gonna get this, guys. I'm not worried about this. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of where we're at, and I'm not afraid of how to get to where we need to go. It's gonna be fine. What I want is to have something to test with everybody, but I think that the amount of work that it's going to take to get the Steam page going, which we now have our LLC, so we can do that, to get the Steam page going and to get our netcode, the eNet stuff, hooked into the way that we're going to do it through Steam, specifically the lobby connection, getting that going, and then getting peer-to-peer connections going via the Steam relay. So I've got a lot of work to even get that part going. I'm excited to get that going because that means that even locally I can test it. So I'll instantly be introducing lag for myself. And but at that point we need to build a lobby system, all kinds of stuff. But at that point, again, looking into how you send updates to Steam and everything like that, I'll make a determination about whether or not we use a PCK file for pulling up hot updates, hot fixes. Because that may be the good way to do it. Or maybe even a combination. Hot updates. Get your hot updates. I'm looking around, seeing who we could raid. Maybe there's a new person out there. Let's see. Jugado. There's me. Oh, somebody's doing a headless server. That's funny. Let's see.
I can always jump into this
Okay, we'll do that.
later if I do feel like I need to put the server on the Godot side, because I was also thinking about, because you know I have my client side and then I also have like my
All right, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. Much love to everybody out there.
I just made an empty file, right, for it.
Much love to everybody out there. I will see you guys. I'll see you guys probably tomorrow afternoon. All right. Love you, dudes. Much love. Stay safe. Enjoy the holidays. Give your loved ones a hug, etc. Yeah. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Thanks for hanging out, Medusa. And everybody else. I appreciate all the support. Thank you for the raid. Failed Reality. Thank you for the follow. Mike Fly. Thank you for the follow. Bach. And yeah, tons of background changes today. Appreciate that.